Celebrities make deals behind closed doors, promises broken. In their income source, hidden agendas run the grand parade. In the circus, choose a masquerade. Believe me, I wouldn't lie. I've been given money, power, and fame to keep you in line. Television screens bright and loud, sell you dreams, make you proud. Pop the bubble, see the cage you're in. Start the revolution, let the truth begin. Welcome to the chaos.
Welcome, everyone. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Everything is good. I have new headphones, so I can't hear myself. Hello. All right, so if you are here for the topic of today, it will be in like 28 minutes or so when Daemon gets here for our regularly scheduled time. But until then, I thought I would just hang out, chill, see what's going on. So that is what we're going to do. We're going to just hang and chill. And one of the things that I like to do when I'm bored is go on the TikToks. So let's do that now. All right. So this is my TikTok. So these are the weird things that I have been viewing. So remember, if you are just coming in, Daemon will be here in 30 minutes or so, and that's when we will start the topic. So this was some drama that I heard.
My sister-in-law has told the whole family that I am her surrogate. Her currently pregnant with mine and my husband's baby, right? We live a few hours away, about 2-3 hours away, so we don't get to see his family that often. And I haven't seen them yet in this pregnancy. I'm 7 months pregnant. I haven't seen them yet. We just haven't gotten around to it. And we don't really talk a whole lot. Like, he doesn't talk to them. I don't talk to them. It's kind of like a strained relationship type thing. So we show up. We're going to have a family dinner, right? And we get there and they are having a baby shower. And I'm so excited at first. We pull up, there's balloons, it's gorgeous, everything's decorated, little teddy bears everywhere. Don't shut off on me. And we walk in and his mom's like, oh my gosh, here you are. I'm like, finally, they like me. It's been pretty strained. They don't really like me that much. And they're all touching the bump, doing the thing. And they're like, we're so excited for the new grandbaby. And I'm like, of course you are. Yeah, woohoo, whatever. And they put a thing on me and it says, surrogate mom. And then what does my sister-in-law have on? Mother to be. And I'm like, what's going on? Is she also pregnant? I am not a surrogate, so I don't understand what's happening here, right? It's happening so fast. And they're like, you're having a baby for her, right? The baby, she's been trying to have a baby for years with her husband and it's not worked. They're like, they said that you guys are having this baby for them. Nope. Not having the baby for them. Anyway, we left. I'm still in shock. We are gonna head home here in a little while, but I'm mortified. Absolutely mortified.
All right, that was part one. So this chick, she gets real stories from real people and she reads them. They're anonymous stories on her TikTok. And that one was basically about, she goes to her husband's family's home, right? And they don't really hang out with them that much, whatever. they never really liked her as a wife. And then she gets there and they're so excited and they're nice to her. And she's like, wow, maybe they like me because now I'm having a baby. Maybe things are going to turn around. And then the mother-in-law puts a little sash on her that says surrogate mother. And she starts freaking out. She's like, what are you talking about? I'm having a kid with your son. Why are you putting a sash that says surrogate? I'm not a surrogate. This is going to be our baby. And she's like, no, because my daughter, her sister-in-law, couldn't have a kid with her husband. So, they just announced that you're going to give them your baby. So you're the surrogate now. And then she just freaks out, right? So that's the first part. Here is the follow-up to that story. We will get into RP stuff when Daemon comes.
I have an update on the story with the sister surrogate issue, and I have to read it from my iPad because you're on my phone. Hey Belle, feel free to share this update with your followers. Thank you so much for posting my story. My husband and I didn't realize how scary the situation is. My husband is so upset that he has blocked every single family member and entirely cut off contact. Good for him, honestly. We read through all the comments we could and went straight to the courthouse. The judge gave us an order of protection against my sister-in-law, her husband, and mother-in-law. That's intense. Most judges won't do that. Last week, my husband was offered a promotion that would move us across the country, and we were going to turn it down to stay closer to his family, but now we are taking it. Okay, go off, girl. This means that we will be making twice as much money, and we will only be 1 hour drive from most of my family. Okay. And then she just goes on to say, thanks and other stuff. But I hope this update helps you guys. And I hope you enjoy the other videos that are coming soon.
You guys, you didn't know that? Because you can't say it on YouTube. Just a completely... Okay, that's cool. We will talk about that when Daemon comes. We were just chilling until he gets here. Give the boy some time. All right. Let's hear some more fun TikToks until he comes. Oh my God.
So today I Googled, what if humans pooped outside? And Google told me that if humans pooped outside, it would create an unsanitary environment, basically riddled with diseases. And then I Googled, well, why do animals get to poop outside? And it responded, because animals have a natural diet, and that natural diet, fits into the cycle of the natural process of the ecosystem as far as getting rid of that poop. So then it led me down the rabbit hole of why was people able to poop outside back then and not now? And it just kept going and going and going. So I don't know. So
There we
The fucking snakes are back! Sorry, I got an awful fright. Poor St. Patrick's work has been completely undone. Snake found in Ireland as fisherman stumbles upon a strange whistling serpent. Why the fuck is he whistling in my country? The cheeky little cunt trying to act nonchalant. Like he's trying to avoid small talk at the office printer. This country has enough problems on its hands. The last thing we need is fucking wildlife. We have to listen to all this shite. Oh, conserve wildlife. No, conserve a little bit of wildlife. Most of it can fuck off. Scorpions, what are we doing with them? I don't see anyone fucking riding one to the shop. They're just evil little cunts with a load of legs. Well, there's a 4-leg limit in this country. Cows and sheep. That'll be all, please and thank you. I don't want Ireland to be like the Amazon rainforest. You walk outside your door and before you know it, you're fucking ate by a fish. Follow me, I'm delicious.
What a great sign off. You have to admit that. All right, let's see what else kind of conspiracies and weird stuff we got over here. Okay, let's see. This is the conspiracy stuff I like. See what's good. Oh yeah, this mom went viral.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Let's try this again over here. My 15-month-old tested positive for lead exposure. I tested everything in my house, everything. And the one thing that tested positive was Cheerios. When an item turns pink or the swab turns pink, it means positive. These Cheerios turned pink. I don't know why TikTok doesn't want me sharing this information. I have no idea, but I am in contact with a lab in New Jersey that is going to, a certified lab in New Jersey, that is going to test the Cheerios for me so we can bring this to court. It has to be through a certified lab to be brought to court. And that's exactly what I'm doing. And if you didn't know, there's already a class action lawsuit against them, and I've joined that too.
So yeah, so she's been trying to post that all over the internet and they keep banning her accounts. And then other people started posting that. So that's been going on for a while. So apparently, and I've tested everything in my house for lead. And of course, that's when I found out the faucet itself, that like, you know, like the water comes out, like whatever, the faucet, because I got it on Amazon or something like that. The faucet was made out of lead. So the entire inside of the faucet, the water filter, we have like the reverse osmosis water filter, the filter faucet that we got from that was 100% lead inside. And I was wondering, because like the water, I put the water in the thing, you're supposed to wet the little Q-tip thing that has like the chemicals to test for and swab everything. And I would just dip it in the water and already be red. I'm like, what the heck? What is going on? And then I just said, at the end of it, I'm just like, let me just, and I shoved it up in the faucet. Pure red came out. It was 100% lead. So now we know they're poisoning our food. We already knew that, right? We knew that, right? This is not shocking. But now we have to be like literally testing all of the foods that we eat. Because Cheerios are pure lead. They're conspiracy, whatever, believe it, don't believe it. They're doing it on purpose. They're just trying to make us because what happens when you have lead, right? Goes in your brain. It makes you angry and fight with everybody. People who are angry and fighting, they can't like really be controlled. You have to put them on medication to kind of just like calm them down. So if the children are full of lead, or because it usually affects children more, like when you're younger, you're more susceptible. Of course, because our blood-brain barriers are so destroyed by all the poisons, everybody's susceptible now. Anyways, don't get cereal. I told you guys, it's not fun. It's not okay. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah. Do we want this?
So I got a comment about someone interested in the codes for Cobb homes. I don't have any video.
Oh, have you guys seen Cobb homes?
I want to build a Cobb house.
Okay, so this is what they look like. You make them with like, what's it called? Clays and dirts and pebbles and sand. You make them with like just stuff you could find in most places. If we don't have much clay, so we'd have to import the clay and then use the rest of the dirt from here, and we can make stuff like that in South Florida. But most places have some clay in their dirt, so you don't even have to buy anything. And there's just like a formula that you have to mix everything together, and then you can make the Cobb house. And they make all these cool shapes. You just smooth it out. Look how amazing these are. You look like a Hobbit home. They will last like 1,000 years. The regular terrible homes that we have that Georgia has, Georgia's full of clay. Like my mom lives there, I know. So the homes that they build now, they're literally paper mache, a little bit of concrete, like the most porous concrete. These are watertight. You're not going to have moisture going in and out. But with concrete, because it's literally like the most basic, cheapest way that they can make something, but they want it. They specifically want to use building materials that break down because, hey, if it doesn't break down, guess what? you're not going to get a new house. You're not going to get repairs. The economy needs to be, whatever, stimulated by you freaking out. That is good to know. When Daemon comes, we'll discuss this more. He's got like 6 minutes, maybe 10. Let's give him 10 minutes. All right. So anyways, they are, okay. She is building it on her own. Now, like, obviously it would have been a little better if she had some, I don't know. These are like this is a place in the desert where you go to and they show you how to build them, right? I do not want a cardboard house. No, those are called homeless. Like, I mean, and you're homeless. That sucks. Why can't you at least get some dirt, make a dirt home? That's what I would do. I get some dirt. I get a tent. Get some plastic is everywhere. Look at this. So these are Adobe homes. Oh my gosh, they use this wire. Okay, yeah. So I guess that's like the base, and then they cover it with the mixture. I think it has some hay in it or something too. But you can like even further smooth them out. You can paint them with different types of natural paints that they have. Look, see, that's what you need. And you can build yourself a house. And I did see on one YouTube video that like people were like, how do you get the electrical in? So there's a metal, like a big metal pipe, and you run the cables through the big metal pipe. You put that into the house where you want like electrical thing. And then you put your plug or whatever. And then on the outside, you run the cables around to whatever. So most of the electrical stuff will be kind of outside the house. You can like build like a little covered area made out of the same stuff, maybe like have like a little flap so you can get access to it, but it's basically outside. And it's super amazing and airtight. The only thing is like the windows. The windows open and close and the door. But look, the whole roof can be made out of that material. So you don't have to worry about hurricanes. I think it's pretty highly rated for even earthquakes and tornadoes. So it's just something to think about. If you ever in the position to build, I would say do that. Okay, let's see some TikToks. All right, what is this? Red light therapy.
A 2009 study showed that using green tea with red light sped up skin repair 10 times faster than with red light therapy alone. And I know what you're thinking. That's not true, because that's what I thought when I heard it. It's true. You're going to get the same results from your red light therapy in 1 month as would normally take you 10 months. Green tea helps fight free radicals, enhances the collagen stimulating effects of red light therapy. It's naturally anti-inflammatory, which pairs well with red light's calming effects. And you can literally just brew green tea, like a really strong brew of green tea, put it in a spray bottle and spray it on your face before you do your red light therapy. I know. You can also use green tea serum or extract. If you want a stronger concentrated form, add matcha. Send this to all the girls who are doing red light therapy. This is breaking news. And you heard it here first. What I'm about to tell you about red light therapy is going to...
All right, so in case you guys haven't heard the hot gossip, okay. What are you guys talking about? So red light therapy, everybody should know what that is. It's really anti-inflammatory. It heals like layers deep into your skin, and you can pair it. Most machines have red light plus near infrared, whatever, light therapy, whatever it's called. And you can have both of them on, right? So they're each going to do like different layers of the skin, and they actually rejuvenate like your cells and everything. And they can have collagen and elastin production. They can heal scar tissue. They can heal wounds. If you cut yourself, it can help speed up that. It's like, it can also, I have to say allegedly, but allegedly It can help your eyes prevent macular degeneration and other sorts of, let's say, growths. You know what I mean? Like that you have across your body. Like, for example, when I had a little thyroid nodule, I would put that over it. You put it like what I did, castor oil, and then the red light every night for like, allegedly, and then it allegedly went away. You know what I mean? We can't speak about those things, but do it yourself. There's also an extract called poke. It's POKE. Get the extract of that. You can mix it with castor oil. You only get castor oil in a glass bottle, hexane free. I'll talk about methylene blue in a minute. Actually, I have something on that. So hexane free castor oil in a glass amber bottle. Get that, mix it with the poke extract. And if you have like nodules, or if you have like tumors, or if you have like any weird growths or a swollen lymph node or something like that, and you want to help your body help that area, you put it on there, and then you put the red light therapy on there. Blast that red light therapy. Try to put it on for at least like 30 minutes. Just get it on the area and do that a few times a day. That stuff, I mean, allegedly it works. Okay. Anyways. Okay. So red light therapy. So this is what I've been hearing about on methylene blue. Let's look at methylene blue. I just posted something on my my X account. All right. So, all right, let me share this.
Are you guys taking methylene blue? A lot of people are in the health space now, but I have my concerns. You've seen the blue tongues out there. Did you know that methylene blue actually also turns your brain blue, and it can turn your heart blue? I don't know about this, guys. Look, it works by moving electrons down the electron transport chain in your mitochondria. Good for someone that has a block in the mitochondrial electron transport chain, but most of us don't have that. Even if you're not the most metabolically healthy person, this is not the way to fix your mitochondria. A lot of people in the health space are saying that it improves mitochondrial function. Nothing could be further from the truth. If you don't have a frank block in your mitochondrial electron transport chain, methylene blue is actually decreasing the amount of ATP produced in your cells. Lower energy production is bad for humans. That is not a health hack. People think they feel better on methylene blue because it changes serotonin levels in your brain. Methylene blue is an MAOA, a monoamine oxidase A inhibitor. It's a strong one. This means it can cause serotonin syndrome if you're taking antidepressants or other compounds that increase serotonin in your body, like 5-HTP, rhodiola, SAMe, or St. John's wort. For most people, methylene blue is worsening your energy production, but you are being misled by the fact that the MAOA inhibition is raising serotonin, making you feel a certain way that is not reflective of increased function in your mitochondria or better energy production. If you are generally healthy, if you don't have genetic defects in your mitochondrial electron transport chain, this is not for you. How should you be metabolically healthy? Eat meat, organs, fruit, raw dairy, go in the sun and exercise. Send this to somebody you know who takes methylene blue.
All right, so
are you guys taking methylene?
Let me turn this off. Okay, so that is what Paul Saladino said. And okay, the whole serotonin syndrome. Yes, if you're taking one of those supplements, you want to be careful with it. But for the most part, if you're not, you should be okay. Anyways, and if you're not taking one of those supplements that also messes with that, you should be okay. And the amount that most people take is not a whole dropper full. You don't want to be doing that. You want to take like 3 to 5 drops a day in water. That's all. So you're just doing a very minor amount. Now, if you don't feel anything after a couple days, you probably don't need it, right? Like he said. But there are some people who do have problems. Things like maybe like if you have tremors, if you're very elderly, very weak, and you've been on a lot of medication and you're not taking anything that messes with serotonin, you should be okay. There is a book on methylene blue. It's a very cheap, small book. You can look for it on Amazon. I think it's just called Methylene Blue. And that can tell you how you can take it and what you can take it for. Now, it is not a panacea. It's not going to be for everybody, for everything. There is no such thing as a superfood for everyone. But it is something to look into if you have any sort of like cognitive nerve problems, memory problems, maybe like feeling like numbness or something like that, or if you have seizures, if you epilepsy, things like that, where like there's like clear damage and you need something to help you quickly while you kind of figure it out and you change other parts of your life, it could be good for that. Again, we're only talking about low levels because that's what people take generally when they're like biohacking. They're just taking a few drops. They're not taking a drop or a full. That's crazy. You don't need that. For example, like my father's very elderly and weak and can barely move now because all the freaking medications he's on. He doesn't listen to me because he's a big farmer believer. But I gave him a few drops of this and he perked up and he's like, oh, okay, this is great. Like finally, like I have some energy. So you could tell if you need it or if you don't need it by like how you feel. Right. And it's just a few drops. The people who have like extreme seizures, maybe they'll get like an IV of it with some sort of like alternative type medicine clinics. They'll do that. And they will see like a complete cessation of their seizures and stuff like that. But those are extreme cases. Most people, you probably don't need this. And even if you take it, if you're generally healthy, maybe like once a couple months, you could take it just whatever, or, just to feel a little pep. But most of us do not need it unless we have one of those severe conditions. So let's see. What are you guys talking about? Okay. Let's see. I'm talking about the red pill and how it teaches men that life is all about money, sex, and status. It may feel good at first, but the lifestyle catches up with you eventually. Yeah. I mean, it is true. And this is a big problem that I have with all of them. None of them are religious. That's why they can, and it's the same thing with like feminists. Nobody from either extremes like wants any accountability, and none of them have like a higher power that like they serve. Like God says, you cannot have multiple women. I'm sorry. And you cannot have multiple men, you polyfeminists. You can't do that according to religion. But when people make themselves God, then they're just like, I could do whatever I want. I'm a man. I make money. So therefore I can go against God. Or I'm a woman. I can be whatever. What's up, Daemon? How do I get rid of this?
Hello, Kat.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay. You?
Fabulous. It's been a decent day.
I was on with Jake yesterday.
I saw.
America
That got a little weird.
In what way?
Jake is like, I don't want to make this racist, but let's go.
What, when I said that or when he said that?
He said that. You were trying to be diplomatic about it. He's like,
I said it later. I was like, this is fucked. We all know if that story about Carmelo Anthony, if that was switched up, there would be race riots in America worse than George Floyd.
Of course, because they use every what is the thing that they always say? No tragedy must go to waste or whatever.
Yep. Never fail to capitalize on the tragedy.
Yeah. So if it doesn't fit their agenda, they pretend it didn't happen.
And some people are like, oh, but they are talking about it. There's places talking about it. Very, very, very few places compared to all of the platforms that were talking about George Floyd. I mean, you're not going to see companies rallying behind this shit. You're not going to see all of the NFL players taking a knee. You're not going to see all of the Hollywood elites talking about how this is a tragedy. And it's ridiculous. Especially because a little while ago, the same kind of thing happened outside LeBron James's school, where you had that kid, Ethan, I can't remember his name, Ethan something, white kid beaten to death by two black kids. And they're like, oh, but he provoked it. He had a water pistol. And it wasn't even that they thought it was a real gun. It was that he hit them with a water pellet, apparently, or somebody who was with him hit them with a water pellet. And then two guys just came up and beat him to death.
I mean, look,
And
I'm not.
anyone who says, oh, you know, they're more violent, they're like, what do you mean they're more violent? You can't say that. That's racist.
Okay. Damon, we already talked
Oh,
about
shut
this
up, Kat.
yesterday.
Shut up, Kat. Don't you start. Don't you start. Grow a fucking pair.
I can't. I literally can't.
No, like this is why I'm sorry, but Matt Walsh, whether you love him or hate him, if you've got a problem with the Daily Wire or not, Matt Walsh is doing God's work. That guy put up that post saying this is a problem with young black boys, whether you like it or not. Young black men are more violent, and he posted up the stats of it, and it's fucking true. If you care about the black community, you need to care about why the fuck this is happening. Why are so many of them on this path to getting themselves into this kind of shit? Because that kid's life now is fucked. You got a 17-year-old kid who had a 3.7 GPA, an A+ student, and he was apparently a star athlete. He had so much fucking potential, and now nobody's gonna fucking touch him apart from the guys in jail who are gonna touch him in a very loving way.
Okay, well, as sad as that is, we do have to be on topic today until we finish it, and then we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. But let's do a little bit on the topic because people want to talk about this stuff. So, like I was saying before you got here, my problems with the red pill, and I think a lot of people are coming to the same conclusion, is that the red pill and feminism, neither of them have God. They're all their own God. So they're like, we can make up whatever rules we want. We don't have to answer 21. I can do whatever I want. If I can get away with it, I can do whatever I want, type of thing, right? So that's one thing I do not like. And the whole, like, it is just men's nature to be like this, when we see that women, given the same opportunity, it's in their nature too, apparently. So if everybody has it in their nature, but it's bad for society, and religion tells you to control yourself for the good of society, then there you go. That's what I believe anyways. So what is MNM? What? Okay. He's coming, relax. No, not today. Anyways, so the topic of today is the red pill helping men or just making them paranoid? So before we get into that, what are your thoughts on it, Damon?
I've kind of made myself clear on the red pill. It's people grifting off of weak men. So weak men are, if you're weak, you're naturally going to be paranoid anyway. I think it's making them more frustrated than anything else. And that's why I think so many of them end up becoming incels and have this kind of deep-seated hatred of women. Because anytime you go to somebody looking for help and they claim they're going to help you, and you're putting the work in, but you're not seeing any results, and you see those people who are claiming that they're going to help you and say, look, do this, do this, do this, you're going to get these results, you're going to get these results, and you see them becoming richer and more successful whilst you're not, because their advice simply doesn't work. You're not going to think their advice doesn't work, because these systems work like cults. So everybody's worshiping those guys that are telling them that shit. So you don't want to be the one criticizing the person who's preaching from the pulpit. So, and anytime you do, the rest of the sheep are going to be shouting at you, saying that you're the problem. That, oh, it's your fault, just get good, right? So I think that this is where you get that deep-seated frustration, because you're putting the work in. either paying those people, or you're watching their videos, or you're going to those seminars, or you're listening to them preach or whatever, and you're not seeing your life getting better, and you're too afraid to even question that maybe it's the problem is in the message, because, you know, these cliques self-police each other. And the only outlet you'll have is either hating yourself or hating other people around you who you can criticize, which is why so many families, if you look at the families who worry about their kids listening to that stuff, they see their kids becoming more kind of depressed, more kind of shut in. And whenever they say anything about it, the kid rages at the parents. And you're going to rage at the people within your circle, but you're not going to rage at the people within that little cult. So paranoid, I think, yeah, that probably comes along with it. But I think aggressive, hateful, depressed, self-loathing, that's the thing that you see in the people who really go down that rabbit hole. And whenever the thing is that you're going to have a lot of people defending the red pill, because they're going to say, oh, but look, these people succeeded, those people succeeded, those people succeeded. A lot of people are going to succeed. Why? Because if you look at men in general, and you don't have anyone preaching red pill messaging or any kind of shit to them, but if you just look at men in general who grow up, right? Most of them are going to succeed. The human race has managed to like fuck one another into continuing the species for thousands of years. So yes, even without any advice, you're going to be able to meet somebody, have kids, have a life, be successful, because we managed it long before social media and long before any of these people come along trying to teach you a message. So just because some people succeed with the red pill doesn't mean that it's because of the red pill. It means just because you're a fucking guy and somebody's going to notice you and somebody's going to want to have kids with you. Somebody's going to offer you a job. Somebody's going to be your friend. So the likelihood of you having a good life is pretty fucking good, actually. You don't need to do a course and pay some fucking guy to tell you how to be successful in life. You can do that shit on your own.
So Simperius has a comment for you. He has 2 comments for you.
Oh, buddy, send us the link, man, or send me a link. I'll watch that.
And this one, Jesus Christ. I should probably read these before I put them up, but all right. Oh, God. All right.
I'll check that out. I'll check that out.
Do you think that like the whole RP focus on self-improvement, fitness, confidence, all that stuff gets overshadowed by, you know, like the stuff that they say about women, like women are bitches, and whatever controversial take that they can use to get you know, the algorithm to like show them more, because like the more crazy things that you basically talk about, the more views you get. So I feel like they start off with good intentions and then they realize it's really hard to monetize good intentions.
Yeah,
and after
of
a
course.
while, like that kind of goes away and it's not as interesting. It's like, okay, you told us all the good advice. And now they're like, we got to get extreme. What else can we say?
The problem with that, okay, so anytime you criticize somebody for shit like that, they're going to be like, oh, but they're just trolling you. They're just trying, or they're just saying that. It's just hyperbole. They're just talking in this kind of, they're using, yeah, they're using that shit just to get the attention. And you're like, okay, fine. That's cool. But you are attracting people to you who in some cases are autistic as fuck and who don't understand that what you're saying is hyperbole. If you're reaching out to help weak men, you're helping, some of the men you're helping have no fucking clue about how to approach a woman and talk to a woman. So just because you're using that kind of language, just because you're using that kind of hyperbole doesn't mean that those people are going to understand what you're doing. They don't have the nuance. They don't have that confidence to use that kind of sense of humor in front of women the right way. So what you're going to have is you're going to have this real fucking weak dude who's probably self-loathing, insecure as shit. How the fuck is he going to react when all he's trying to do? A good student is going to listen to the theory that you're teaching, and he's going to work on the practical, and he's going to combine the theory with the practical and be able to go out there and become a success. A poor student is going to just emulate you. He's going to just copy. It's going to be that monkey see, monkey do shit. And you might think they're successful, they're good, they can do the job. But the moment you take them out of that comfort zone of having a strategically organized kind of assessment, which is a simulation, the moment the real world happens where things might go one way or another way you don't really know and it's unpredictable, they're not going to know how to modify their behavior if they haven't seen you react in that same way. All as they're going to do is they're going to copy. They're going to be, this is what this guy did. This is what this guy said. That's what I'm going to do. And if you throw them a curveball, they're not going to know how to react. And this is what we're seeing with young red pill guys today. They won't know that this is hyperbole. And you see it, again, I hate to take it back to politics, but look at the Democrats, 2016 Democrats. Look at the young campus left-wing crazy people today. Look at those people who grew up looking at the 2016 Democrats before they were able to vote. They were kids. That shit, the way the 2016 Democrats were behaving, left an impression on these kids. And these kids are growing up, and the shit that they're doing, the way they're reacting, the way they're protesting, the way they're doing shit now, burning fucking Teslas, throwing petrol bombs at showrooms, reaching into their pants, literally scooping out shit and wiping it on cars. You see older liberals looking at these kids, and even they are shocked. They're like, oh, what the fuck did you guys do? All as they're doing is copying what they saw you do. But when you did it, you weren't actually doing it. You were saying, we should do this, we should do that, we should do that. This is what we need to do. Like, some of you, most of you didn't do it, but these kids grew up with the lessons that you fucking taught them, and they didn't know that you were simply pretending to be outraged. So these kids genuinely fucking are outraged. And this is what you need to be careful of. If you take weak, stupid people under your wing and you're like, copy me, this is what I'm going to do, I'm going to teach you how to do that. Be careful what fucking lessons you're teaching them.
Simperius has another comment for you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. See, a lot of people, this is the problem. I've said this before about any kind of platform. And I'm not trying to disrespect Andrew Wilson. I've spoken to the guy. He's a nice guy. He's obviously an intelligent guy. And I'm not condemning or approving his message. I do think that he has good intentions. But my problem is the followers of a message and how they behave. Any kind of system, like, you know, how to be an alpha male, how to be a success story, you know, how to improve yourself to this, how to reach this 33rd level, all of this kind of shit. Anything like that that you will sign up to, and somebody's going to teach you how to emulate this good behavior, and they're going to be a replacement father figure for you, right? If you join up to that shit, you're only going to be surrounded by other weak people, failures. Why? Because as soon as somebody actually succeeds, what are they going to do? They're going to leave that group. Why are you going to carry on paying a subscription fee? Why are you going to carry on attending these seminars once it's clicked for you? Once you know what to do, you're going to leave. So the only other people that are going to be surrounding these new people joining up to this group are other weak, desperate men. And no matter how good the guy at the top is who's talking to you, he's going to be there for what, an hour and a half a week out of your life, and the rest of the time the group that you're socializing with is other weak, desperate men, most of which are going to fail, and they're going to pull you down with them. And the game becomes, I'm going to be better than this guy. I have to be better than you. I have to be better than you. I have to be better than you. So it's this very weak, very feminine energy, because this is what girls do. Girls try to become successful by sabotaging other girls. Men become more successful by trying to best other men. This is why men are strong and women are strong in a different way, to be polite. Men will always try to better the other man. That competition that men have with one another is what makes us excel. But I'm afraid to say that if you look at women with other women, they just sabotage.
I have no idea what Tim Pierce is talking about. So,
He's going to take your man to Vegas.
I guess it's news to me. Do you think that like there's any benefit to how like the red pill overanalyzes everything and like
I don't think it does
gives-
overanalyze anything.
but it gives
I
like
think
overanalysis of like the worst case scenarios.
in what way?
Like there's someone like, oh, if she says this, she's cheating. If she does this, she's cheating. If she does this, she hates you. If she does this, she's a gold digger. If she blinks twice, she's got
The
like
funny thing
$100.
is that who's saying that? Who's saying that? It's men, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Show me a man who actually understands what the fuck is going on in a woman's head. If she does this, it means this. If she does that, it means that. No. It could mean that. But if even women don't understand why the fuck they do shit, which is a universal truth, women don't understand why the fuck they do stuff. If women don't understand it, how the fuck is a man gonna know?
I mean, I think some guys understand because this is what I see. A lot of these guys, they only have access because of their status to a certain type of woman. And then they
No,
take
see,
this type.
the truth is that they're trying to make sense out of chaos. Okay? You can't connect the dots in that way. This is the problem with evolutionary psychology. Evolutionary psychology is a pseudoscience. Everybody knows that it's a pseudoscience.
Yeah.
All it's doing is it's looking at events after the fact and trying to connect these dots that aren't really there. This happened, therefore it's because of this. It's kind of like historical fallacy. Okay? There could be a real reason why a woman's actions unfolded the way they did. And it could be a repeatable thing that you could then draw some kind of proof from and say, this is what led to this. And even if that's the case, to say that that is what's going to result from these actions or these behaviors every single time without fail, with every single type of woman, with all of the variety of cultures that we have in the world that we have, is absolute bullshit. There's no way that could be possible. There's no way. Women are too varied and too different, and so are men.
Mm-hmm.
What one woman will put up with from one type of guy is entirely different to what she'll put up with another type of guy. And who she's going to give it up to is entirely different as well. Just because you're rich, just because you work out, just because you've got that six pack, just because you're strong, just because you're wearing the kind of clothes you're wearing, just because you talk to them the way you talk to them, just because you treat them the right kind of shitty way, it does not mean those thighs are going to spread for you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, unfortunately, there is no formula. It's a new person means brand new rules every single time because everyone has a different attachment style. Everyone has a different background, different experiences, different traumas, different relationships with their parents, different relationships with the opposite sex. all of these things come into play to make a constellation of a completely unique person who's uniquely messed up.
Yeah, see, somebody said Prime said those are dating coaches. This is what red pill guys are, though. I'm sorry. Every single person that defends red pill will, however you attack it, if you attack it based on the logic that they preach, if you attack it based on the advice that they give with regards to dating relationships, they'll say, no, those are dating coaches. If you attack it on the pseudoscience of evolutionary psychology, they're going to say, no, nobody in red pill actually issues those kinds of prescriptions. We're just reporting on like the descriptions of those situations. No, nobody actually pushes this. Nobody actually pushes that. We all know they do. The way red pill gets packaged and sold to people today, it's all about what you should do, how you should behave, how you should dress, how you should conduct yourself, what you need to look out for, the red flags in women, how you need to treat women, what you need to understand about women, all this kind of shit. There is everybody's preaching. All of them are preaching, and all of them are prescribing shit. And you can say it's, oh, but it's not that, and they don't say this, and they actually don't say that, and Rollo says this, and this guy says that, and these guys say this, and they actually say that they're not red pill anymore, and these guys say that they're this. It's, you can't run this kind of defense anymore. The reason why they're all doing that is because they know that you can poke so many fucking holes in this thing that they're trying to say, no, we're not saying that. We're not saying that. This isn't what the red pill is, though. We're actually, what we're doing here is we're doing some other kind of advice now. I'm sorry, it's like it's the new fucking socialism. Oh, no, you just never tried it the right way.
So do you think that red pill kind of like justifies men who've been like traumatized from a bad experience, a bad breakup, someone cheating on them, and they're dealing with that, and then they find it, and then it can like make them just hate all women the same way that feminism, it's like the second somebody cheats on you, it feels like the algorithm just like starts spitting out like all men cheat, how to live life without men, just get money from them because they're just going to leave you anyways, and you know, like all this stuff, like how to trick them, blah 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 blah, and take their money. Like I feel like there's definitely like algorithm pipelines for both, and they just wait for you to be in like that weakened state of somebody hurt you, and then it's like ha ha ha.
I think it's a combination of factors. I don't think it's just one thing. Okay, because everybody goes through that kind of fucked up situation once in their life, but they don't all end up turning to the red pill. So why the fuck is it happening so much today? Why is this issue so prevalent? And you can say, well, fatherlessness, right? But no, a lot of the people who go to red pill do have fathers. I think that what we've seen recently over the past couple of generations is a bigger hesitation on the part of kids to talk to their parents about shit. Kids don't rely on their parents for advice in the same way that they used to. A few generations ago, if a girl breaks up with a guy, if a guy cheats on a girl, she'll talk to her mom about it. No issue. She'll talk to her dad about it. No issue.
Yeah.
They would go and cry to their parents about it. And also you'd have boys listening to their parents. Okay. A lot of the red pill guys are like, boys need their dads. Boys need their dad. Oh, yeah, boys need their mums too. Who's going to teach you what a woman wants other than a woman? And who's the closest woman you got in your life? Every boy needs his mother. I'm sorry. A mother's going to teach you what a girl's looking for better than what a dad can.
Unless she doesn't have a man that she likes, and then she has turned her son into like a pseudo spouse, and then she's going to be jealous of other women. So there is some problem.
Well, there's always that element. There's always that element with mothers that feel like a daughter, like a daughter-in-law is going to replace her. That's some insecurity on the part of mothers, and it's that kind of fear that no woman's going to be good enough for their boy. You see that everywhere. Jewish culture is full of that. Like that cliched Jewish mother who can't leave her son alone. Like, but you do see that in all cultures, but it isn't always as malevolent as people make out. But all I'm saying is that there is advice that your father's going to give you, and the father is indispensable, but the mother is also indispensable. And a lot of times you'll see things, and I've seen guys in the red pill who've been told this by some people, like, no, your mother's weak. It's your father. Your father's going to teach you how to be. So yeah, it's true. It's true. That is true. Your father's going to teach you how to be a strong man, but your mother is going to teach you how to be an attractive man to women. You need to be strong. You need to be the provider. You need to have the ability to draw a line in the sand and to tell your woman, no matter how much you love her, no matter how good she is, here, you fucked up now. This is the line in the sand. I'm not going to tolerate this shit from my woman. But you can't be that aggressive and that like rude and that blunt all the fucking time, because and if there's any red pill guys, they'll be like, oh, look how soft he is, he's a simp. No, you are going to lose your woman, no matter how, like, she could be the best woman for you, and you could have everything. You could have the money, you could have the physique, you've got the strength, you've got the dedication, you're hardworking, you've got the good job, you've got everything. But if you say the wrong fucking thing, don't you think that there's going to be a woman out there who's also going to say, I'm not taking this shit from you? No matter how good you think you are, no matter how much of a gift you think you are, she's going to have a line too. And if you fuck up, just how Prime here mentioned that it's about learning about red flags. It's evolutionary information passed down to help guide the next man from danger. Don't you think that women have got the same thing of spotting red flags? And you could be a 10 out of 10 guy, but if you demonstrate some kind of behavior that triggers that red flag that she's got from a previous abusive relationship, she's going to drop you faster than you can fucking blink. So you need to be careful. You need to police yourself. You need to know how to conduct yourself. And a lot of the shit that these guys are saying, like, oh, she's got to worship my cock. She's got to do this. Oh, get your ass back in the kitchen. Like, what the fuck? You've still got man tits, dude. Just because you got yourself a gym membership and went there for 1 month doesn't mean that you're fucking God's gift yet. You need to work on yourself a whole lot more before you can get some kind of results.
So what do you think about... Okay, wait. Are you... What?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So what do you think about the parallels between how the red pill wants or advocates for men having multiple women and feminism advocates for women having multiple men, which both scenarios destabilize a family and the community?
I've not seen red pill advocate. Well, okay, see, this is the thing. Red pill's branched out so much now that I can probably relate to those people who think that it's telling you to have multiple women, because I've seen people who speak on behalf of the red pill who literally say, I'm red pill and I'm going to be telling you what the red pill tells you. And some of them are like, no, this is degen shit. Call out degen shit when you see it. Other people have basically said, it's like, no, go out, do what you want. Like, you know, it's men being men, right? You know, we have to spread our seed in this shit. So like,
well, what about the women being women with multiple men? And it's like, there's all those
how's that a woman being a woman?
Well, how is it a man being a man? If the woman...
Well, because we're different. Because we're different.
But why are they doing it when given the opportunity? So when the culture changes and says women can do it, women are very happy.
This is, I hate to say this, but we all know that it's true. Anyone who's actually studied their history and who knows how this all came about, we all know this is true. I'm really sorry if there's any women who happen to be listening to you who are feminists.
Nobody
I'm sorry to piss you off.
Don't worry.
But, okay. Women didn't make feminism happen. Men made it happen. Okay?
I think it was a psyop, to be honest.
It was a psyop. It was a psyop.
Yeah,
but the thing
psyop.
is that if I had this discussion with a die-hard feminist. I don't know how I managed to listen to her for more than 5 minutes, but even she had to break down, and she ultimately kind of accepted it, and she was devastated. She looked like her world collapsed around her. And I genuinely felt bad when I saw her reaction. I was like, while I was doing it, I was like, this is so fun. But when I saw her reaction, I realized like this chick's probably gonna go home and open a vein, and I felt so fucking bad for her. But the sad fact is that when you try to build your worldview around the fact that you are strong when you're not strong, and when you are a hero just for being born a particular sex, and that you are at the same time the victim in the story, and also at the same time the brave and courageous champion, you're setting yourself up for failure, because you kind of want to have your cake and eat it. You can't have all of the benefits and all of the pros and absolutely everything without any cons. If life is about balance, you need to realize that that's a simple fact. And feminism has basically taught women nothing but slogans over the past 40 years. And all of those slogans are bullshit. Like, I mean, we've seen how ridiculous it got with Believe All Women. Believe All Women, really? Women don't have the ability to lie, but I thought you can do anything. So how comes you can't lie? Like, I mean, make it make sense. Lying is fucking easy. How the fuck can't you do it? And we're supposed to believe all women. And the poster that was infamous in Britain of the man and the woman in a nightclub, and it's like, oh, this dude and this chick, they were a couple. They met each other. They had drinks. They both got drunk. They went home and had sex. The next day, he was arrested for rape. Why? Because she couldn't consent. Really? He was drunk too, you said. Yeah. This was a poster that was put up there that was based on a true incident, right? So
this is just like it just, I think all of these things are on purpose to scare dudes. Look at these articles. I want to show you these
it's not
articles.
to scare people, it's to divide people. It's to divide people. And this is what it's essentially about. And this feminist chick couldn't accept the simple fact was that the feminists couldn't accept the simple fact that, look, if you genuinely believe that you're a victim and that you're oppressed because you've grown up in this misogynistic, chauvinist patriarchy where all of the rules benefit only the men and all of the laws are there to keep women down and keep them submissive so that they can't succeed and so they can't get ahead, right? Then how the fuck do you think that you got the vote? How do you think you got women's rights? How do you think the feminist movement became something? How can something like that rise up in a system that you're describing me? The only reason why you got the vote, the only reason why feminism happened, the only reason why you got the rights that you have, the only reason why you were allowed into the workplace, all of this shit only happened because men gave it to you. If the system is oppressive, as you said, that and we genuinely were against you and we wanted to keep you down, you would be in chains in a kitchen. And that's it. No matter what, no matter how hard you fought, you would never get out of there. And if you don't believe me, just look at any Islamic nation.
Okay. Before we go on with that, I want to show you some articles. I think you need to see them because the whole thing about it's men's nature, apparently it's also women's nature. If women think they're God, they become this. And if men think they're God, they become that. But they're two sides of the same far sides of the spectrum, when in the middle, that's normal. So anyway, so these are some articles. They're trying to change culture. This is what they do. This is all the psyop. Everything is to destroy the family, destroy religion, if you make yourself God, if you destabilize a family, if you make men and women hate each other, nothing makes men and women hate each other than telling women they can have multiple men and that's fine, and telling men they can have multiple women and the women are just going to shut up and deal with it. Anyone who has been around people who have been cheated on knows multiple women causes, or multiple men also causes violence. These people have tons of violence in their life. The women poison the men on one side, the women or the men do bad things to the women. I mean, it just goes both ways. So you have to like just realize what they're trying to do with all of this propaganda. Like, look at this, the Good Man Project, right? September 2024, the one thing men want more than sex. And it goes on to basically say a story about
blowjobs.
No, women, they want their women to like go and date multiple people. And then this one.
Oh God. Who are the men that these people interviewed? They all look like Destiny, right?
David J. Lay, PhD. Do you want to see like who are these people? No.
I bet he looks exactly like I expect. I bet he looks exactly like he's a man who's got fucking such skinny trousers that he's choked his balls to death.
All right, this is him.
Let's see, can you make that any smaller?
Absolutely. Oh, here we go. There you go.
Yeah, can you make it a bit bigger still?
Jeez, killing me. You're breaking my balls. Here we go.
Ah, yeah, weak chin.
Ah, yes. We're all thinking it, but we can't say those things, Imperious. Let's see. This is his Twitter. Clinical psychologist, sex therapist, supervisor, consultant, and expert witness. Expert witness.
Hey, you know what men want more than sex is other women having sex with other men having sex with their women. Really?
Oh God, he's sharing the view. This is an op. Do you think he's an op? Look, this is my conspiracy mind. They tried to make him look like a man with the cowboy persona AI digital shit here. They put all the right words to make him look like a man. Black belt in Brazilian jiu-jitsu. What, I don't know what the hell this is. Misfit.
Can you read it? Can you read it? Because it's too small for me to see.
Okay.
Go from the beginning.
Shrink. Yeah. Author, shrink, sex therapist, black belt in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, defender of misfit toys. Look at this.
Misfit toys.
Yeah, it's just super weird. But ooh, some black people, not black pill. Red pill people follow him. Interesting. Let's see what this is. And here he is sharing the view. And I don't know if he's for it or against it, but let's just keep on. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know.
Let's just not waste time with this shit. Okay, I'm sorry, but if somebody says that what men want more than sex is for other dudes to fuck their women, that guy is fucking retarded.
Well, he did go to school for this.
Yes, yeah, you have to. Nowadays, you have to go to school to be that retarded.
I know.
You need to be educated to be this stupid. I'm sorry, but you really do. Yeah. This kind of stupidity doesn't happen on its own. I don't care how many times his mum dropped him in his head. I don't care how many fucking paint chips he ate when he was a child. This kind of stupidity doesn't come around on its own. You have to be educated. You have to do one of those gender studies fucking things, some social queer study to be able to kind of come up with stupidity like that. No fucking man wants their women to fuck other dudes. I'm sorry. No man wants that unless he's gay. If she's his beard and he's like, oh God, she's going to leave me. Maybe if I can find some straight dude to fuck her, she'll still stay with me. That's some Will Smith shit. That straight guys don't want that shit to happen with their women. This is why a straight man will. You see people deleting guys for sleeping with their woman.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And women too. Women, they can't usually use force, so they'll use poison or something like that. or an accusation or something to get revenge. Anyway, so here's this article. Why do some men want to be cucked? The history of cuckoldry.
Because they're gay. They're gay. I'm sorry. This is gayness. This is gayness. This is like the prevalence of guys who want to do anal. No, I'm sorry. This is latent gayness. This is people who are so deep in the closet, they don't even realize they're in the closet. This is how the behavior comes out.
This is supposedly by a white woman, but we'll never know because it's basically anonymous. What you gonna do? And this is my favorite article, you guys. Why conservative men, this is from Business Insider, why conservative men may be attracted to cuckolding, according to a researcher who studies the kink. Yes.
Eat a whole bag of dicks. I'm sorry. These journalists need to just fucking take themselves out. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's research. Who are these?
This is no, but this is why earlier on when you're wondering why the red pill happens, this is why it happens, because this is what journalism is today. This is what the media is doing today. This isn't giving us information. This is trying to condition young readers. It's just trying to condition people. This is why young guys think it's okay to fuck a fat chick today. It's not okay. It's not okay. Don't fuck fat chicks. It's not good.
Okay, let's just
keep them as your friend. Keep them as a friend, right? Friend zone fat chicks, and maybe they'll become attractive one day.
All right. Okay,
no, I'm sorry, but don't you remember in the 90s when every girl was like a 0 or a 00?
I was
you could find those girls everywhere. You could find those girls everywhere.
Excuse me, Damon. No, you couldn't. I'm sorry. I was unique.
In the UK, you could. Okay, in the UK, you could. Don't forget, America was winning the war and was winning the obesity championships back then. Okay, but in Britain, we still had slim chicks. We still had slim chicks back then.
I had to shop in the toddler section.
Okay. I believe you.
There was no clothes my size in regular people clothes.
See, so back then in the 90s, this is what we had. This is the kind of talent that was out there. Now, just fucking fat shit everywhere. And I'm sorry, I blame black people. You guys did this. R&B music videos, fat, greasy chicks everywhere.
But what was that? That was, again, propaganda, all right?
It was propaganda, but it was propaganda from a group of people who genuinely liked that shit.
No, they did not. People don't generally
No, I'm sorry. I've got loads of black friends. I've got loads of black friends. They do like hitting fat women. I'm sorry. They do like
brainwashed since they were children by the same people who brainwashed all the women to be feminists and all the men to be weak and scared.
No. Okay, look, there's culturally, we know there's a reason why certain people who still have that culture from certain parts of Africa where if they're fat, it kind of denotes wealth and prosperity. So you find that attractive. You find that as an attractive quality. Okay. But if that chick is taking you to restaurants and you're getting fat off of caviar, fuck her. Fuck her to death. Good on you. Go for it. That's the chick you want to be with. If she's getting fat off of caviar and foie gras, awesome. But if she's fat because she can only just afford to splurge out on KFC and McDonald's and that's why she's fat, I'm sorry, but do better. Do better. Nowadays, if she's slim, it denotes wealth. It shows that she can afford a personal trainer and a gym membership. So look at it that way. Go for that kind of wealthy chick.
Can I take a moment to go look up one of my photos to prove to this fool I was a 00? Hold on.
You showed a photo of yourself when you were younger, but to be fair, you did look chunky there.
You little shits.
Okay, not chunky, but like...
Chunky?
No, I said chunky. Well, I was going to say wobbly, but no.
Wobbly?
Sorry, no, okay, look. You looked like you had a nice personality.
You piece of shits. Let me just say. This is me. Look how thin I was.
Yeah.
Does this look like an obese person?
I don't know. That bag is very strategically placed.
You little shits.
It's
Hold
blocking
on.
the midriff. I'm sorry. Like, we
Hold
need to look at the
on.
weight looks like.
Here. This is me and one of my girlfriends. Hold on. You
Is
guys
she going to be a
suck.
fatter girl? Is this going to be a fatter chick
Shut
to
up,
like
you
make
guys
you look
suck.
better?
No.
Okay.
See? 00.
See, but I know what Imperius would say. He would say that
Don't listen to Imperius.
your arms look a bit big.
No, they don't. Are you guys freaking on crack or something?
He would say that those arms look a bit.
Who are you looking at?
You, the one on the right.
Oh my god, you guys are
Zoom in.
ridiculous.
Zoom in.
I can't zoom in. That's not how this platform works. Hold on, let me find. Here you go.
Very convenient.
Hold on. Shut up, you little shits. I swear to God.
You could zoom up the Jewy guy earlier on.
Look at my
Oh
arm.
yeah, okay, yeah. You starved your tits off there. Yeah.
What the crap?
Okay. All right.
Wow. You guys
Yeah,
are
look.
ass wipes. Anyways, look. I'm fatter now. So you guys complaining?
Why?
I had a kid.
So? Not
You have a
yesterday.
kid. Yeah. You have a kid and tell me how quickly you
Yeah, but when did you have your kid?
We don't want to talk about that, okay? After I had my kid, I went from having like a 32A cup to a 32D cup. Like, and my butt got huge and swollen. Like everything kind of like the hormones
Okay,
made everything.
the tits, that's okay, but you're not ass feeding your child. So like you can slim your ass down. You can do other stuff.
Well, it is what it is. It's happened. It's not going back. We have.
I'm just looking out for Steve here.
You know what? He's fine. Okay.
He's
gonna be
not
fine. He's gonna be fine. He's gonna be fine.
Okay.
This is me with my ex-boyfriend. So you could see how thin I was.
Oh God.
What? I think he was in a few movies or something. I don't remember.
Who is it? Who's that guy?
I don't know. I didn't really like pay much attention to him. He was boring.
Okay.
What are you guys talking about? Wow, thank you, Simperius. He would like to address you, Daemon. He says, Daemon, cat is a pear-shaped and she can't work out. She's a tree stump. Thank you, sweetheart. I love that.
To be fair, you don't look pear-shaped there. You look no. In that picture, you looked okay, Kat.
Thanks. Okay. All right. Whatever. You know what? You guys all suck.
No,
all
you
right.
don't. I'm paying you a compliment, Kat. I would have definitely broken one hip on you back then if I saw you.
Wow. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Is that wax? No, that was just, his name was Brad or something. I think he was like an actor, but probably like a failed actor or something.
Okay. Somebody asked a little while ago.
Who called me a cucumber? What the fuck, you guys? Assholes. A cucumber with tits? Are you fucking kidding me? Thank you. Thank you for not validating me, Ben. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Somebody I wasn't able to talk about it earlier because you were talking about something else, but somebody asked earlier on what I think about the men going their own way thing.
Okay, yeah.
I just wanted to find it to see who it was who said that. But the thing is, I've got nothing against guys who do the whole men going their own way thing, but the issue is like what motivates you to do that. If there's guys who want to do it because they genuinely don't want to go down the degen lifestyle, they're finding that to be too much of a distraction, and also they worry that it's a waste of time, and they want to get started with a family, and they want to meet the right chick, and it's kind of like trying to save yourself for that right chick and getting to know her in other ways rather than just carnally, then fine. I've got nothing against it. I can respect that. But if it's guys who are like, you can't trust any women, or women are trash, or women are going to cheat on you, blah, 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 so they kind of want to cut girls out and focus on their career and other shit, that's just as bad as feminism.
I think it is just like, yeah, it's just like giving up. It's just falling into the fear tactics the same way that the women are falling into the feminist fear tactics. It's the same. It's the same thing. The end result is what they want. Everything leads down the same path. Break up the
No,
family.
but I'm just saying that if it's men choosing to do something and follow something, it's the motivation that's important. For something like that, for celibacy, is what inspired you to do it. That's the thing that I'm concerned with. Because the whole men going their own way thing, like, why are some of those guys doing that? It's what's prompting it that concerns me. If you bought into it just because you're like, this is degen behavior, I want to save myself for the right girl and start a family, then that's great. But if it's a fear and distrust of all women, then that's kind of dangerous.
I don't know if it's dangerous. I just think
Well,
it's
it is.
giving
It
up.
is. It's dangerous if you've been conditioned to fear women. I'm sorry. As a man, if you've been conditioned to fear and not trust women, that's dangerous. I'm sorry. You shouldn't be that easily conditioned as a man, and you shouldn't fear women.
St. Pierce, I've never been to California. I mean, I have, but like to a wedding, I didn't like see Persian people. I don't hang out with Persian people in California. But your dreams will come true because I'm about to eat. So Damon, what do you think about the rise of soft masculinity in pulp culture?
I'll say it was Triggerman. It was Triggerman who asked that. Sorry, I just found the message. So yeah, I hope I explained myself well there, Trigger. But yeah, sorry, what were you saying?
What do you think about the rise in soft masculinity that pop culture is trying to promote now? They're trying to promote very soft, weak looking, beta looking types of guys and say, this is the peak masculine. This is what women want. This is how you can attract a woman, be super, frail looking and let
And you're
her.
saying that that's on the rise.
Yes, that's what they're promoting now. That there's the cuckoldry, there's the soft masculinity. So
Well,
those are like the new things.
As a man, I consider it generally a rule that nothing soft should rise. So yeah.
What about
this
Fred?
Timothy Chalamet shit? I'm sorry. Like, he was on the red carpet. My dick is thicker than Timothy Chalamet. It's like this. I don't know where women started thinking that this was attractive.
Thank you,
I know
Ben.
magazines just telling. Magazines putting this shit out there and saying this is what's masculine. This is what's masculine now. And notice who they pick. They will always pick something that they think is already well established and that people are a fan of. So if you look at the gay community when they infiltrated comics, they wanted to turn Batman gay and Superman gay. Why?
To make the boys gay.
Yeah, but why not pick somebody like Green Arrow, Aquaman, or even lower tier people like
Aquaman was already gay.
Okay, fair play. But why not pick some more obscure guy? Because obviously everybody reads Batman, everybody reads Superman.
Mhm.
So people know who Batman is, people know who Superman is. They have status. So if you can make them gay, then all of a sudden you have that. You've won something on that cultural battlefield. So this is why when they want to kind of influence people a certain way, they're going to go to somebody who they believe has got status. Which is why you see, what's his name? The last guy who was Bond. I can't remember his name now because I completely fucking forgot about him after the last
The
pile
one
of
with the
shit that
really
came out.
bad face, and everybody
Yeah,
tried
the
to
guy who
gaslight the
looked like
women.
like a leather bag that was
Yeah,
left
yeah,
out in the
yeah.
sun for
See,
too long.
this is my
Daniel
thing.
Craig. Daniel
Daniel
Craig.
Craig. Oh, what a no offense to people, obviously. I mean, I guess he's better than average, maybe.
No, he's not.
But
No, he's not.
he's
I'm
not
sorry,
like
but let's be honest.
James
He's not.
Bond. He's not.
My ugliest guy
Not
friend
classy.
looks better than Daniel Craig. See, this is what pissed me off, right? I grew up, and for me, for most of my kind of adulthood, young adulthood, childhood, I had Pierce Brosnan. Now, when I was first a kid and I started watching Bond, I watched all of the Bonds. I watched, like Sean Connery, Roger Moore.
Oh,
But
Damon, I invited a woman on the panel for a female perspective, since you guys don't consider me female enough. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay.
So I would just like to say James Bond should be a black woman. This is a female perspective.
Hey, dude.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, we know who it's going to be. It's going to be a bald black woman with a nose piercing that's going to look very tribal. It's going to be a really tribal nose piercing.
Yes.
She's going to probably have some scarification on her face, and she's going to wear very kind of, African culture clothes so that nobody can criticize her.
Yes.
Because
and they're going to have pink and blue hair.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, she's going to be bold. She's going to have a pink and blue minge in the sex scene that we see. Yeah. And she's going to have like gross fat labia with loads of piercings in it.
Oh, God.
Beautiful.
God. Like a bone through it.
So, Ben would like to know if the new person is Imperious.
No, I'm definitely not Imperious. Fuck that shit. Oh man, what's Imperious? What has he been up to lately?
Apparently, he wrecked Rollo. I need to check that out.
He wrecked Rollo Tomasi?
Yeah, I think so. Apparently, I need to check that shit out.
Imperious, you have to send us the link with the time stamp.
Yeah, send it to Kat's Discord with the timestamp.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at that.
And you said something else you did. Send us that too. We'll look at it.
Oh, telling what's his name to go and milk his tits. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
You'll see. Like, hopefully we get the link through.
Yeah.
But yeah, what I was saying about Daniel Craig, we went from having Pierce Brosnan, and then when he retired, because he was apparently too old to carry on playing Bond, we get Casino Royale with Daniel Craig, and Daniel Craig looks fucking older than Pierce Brosnan did when he retired.
Isn't that ironic?
So what the fuck is up with that? And also, you cast the guy to play Bond who looks more like the Nazi villain that Bond should fight.
Yeah, it's true. I get you there. James Bond, dude. Actually, by the way, I did enjoy the Skyfall movie with
Skyfall. The story, great. A lot of them had good stories. The last one was the only one that didn't. But he was consistently shit in all of them. He was just not. I'm sorry, he didn't sell me as being the man's man.
Yeah,
and in the last one,
yeah.
In the last one, he was literally the man's man in terms of being gay. He was the man that other men wanted. He was so fucking gay in the last one. The last pile of shit was absolutely terrible.
Yep.
From
Oh
the
man.
beginning with black female Bond, I'm 007 now. No, you're not, bitch. Bond should have thrown that bitch out of a window and then just aimed his gun out and shot down at the corpse a few more times. That's what Bond would do.
Is this what you guys were talking about for the whole stream? You guys talking about like
No, not for the whole stream. Not for the whole
Oh,
stream.
okay. I was like,
He just gets really passionate about tangents sometimes.
No, because we're talking about how this shit happens. How is it that you've
They're
got the
trying to
rise of
make
soft man
ugly
culture?
guys.
This is how you've got the rise of soft man culture, because you're tearing down our heroes. You built up something like Bond, and then in the last outing, you have Bond just basically being a bitch. Okay, and sacrificing himself at the end when he didn't even need to. You killed off Bond. You can't fucking do that. The whole point of Bond is he's a guy who doesn't die. He gets as close to death as possible every fucking time, and he always finds a way out. If you get rid of that, it's not Bond anymore. And that's one of the key ingredients to a Bond movie. And then what do you have Daniel Craig do on the promotion tour? You dress him up in fucking peach and pink clothes and have him mincing around like a magnificent puff.
Wait, did
and
Daniel
then he
Craig
goes
do
and
that?
makes the film. Yeah.
For the promotion?
He was,
Of
dude,
what?
he was wearing fucking cardigans and sandals and pink and pastels and glasses, even though he doesn't fucking need them. He looked like a lesbian aunt.
Oh,
Hold on,
And
hold
then
on.
he goes and makes that
Damon.
film Queer. He makes a film literally called Queer.
What's up, Kat?
In defense, I do like that whole old money casual vibe. So like, it
Fuck
wasn't
you, Kat.
Shut up. James Bond was supposed to be a lean, sophisticated man, not some built, jacked, what's it called? Superhero or something. He's not like a jacked.
Would you say Andrew
Jack.
Tate would make a good looking James Bond?
No.
What
but
about Tristan?
the brother.
Tristan.
Yeah, Tristan.
Okay. Tristan would.
Put a little more.
He's not an actor, but he has the look.
No, he has a personality.
We all know who James Bond is. Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill is your James Bond.
No,
yes, he is. He is.
No, he's not. He's
He
not
is.
lean and long.
Can you just
want
put
lean and long?
Could you put Henry Cavill at any fucking role and you'd be like he's perfect in it? Wolverine,
No.
Superman, James Bond.
You guys
Daemon.
have such a hard on for Cavill. He's
No,
all
I'm
right.
not making that argument. That's it. That's him. I'm just
No. Sorry, what were you asking?
I'm asking if you put Henry Cavill in Wolverine, Superman, James Bond, name it, Green Lantern, Batman. Would you say
I wouldn't
he's
have
perfect for all
him.
of those?
I wouldn't have him as Wolverine. He's too tall to play Wolverine.
Is he tall? He's got short.
he's
hair.
Wolverine is short as shit. Wolverine's like 5'4" or
5'2".
something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, Wolverine's 5'2"?
Yeah, he's super short. He's like 5'2", 5'3", something like that.
Holy balls!
In the
I
comics,
didn't know
yeah.
that.
He's a tiny, tough man.
You guys are such ass wipes.
But the thing is that the reason why you know that Henry Cavill should play Bond, right, is we had the perfect casting in the recent film. Did you watch The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare?
No, I haven't seen that one. Yeah, I think you
Dude,
mentioned
watch
it last
it.
time. Yeah, you mentioned it.
It's such a fucking good film, based on a true story. Really fucking good film. You got Alan Ritchson in it. You've got Alex Pettyfer. Some people like him. He kind of annoys me, but Henry Cavill's in it, and he plays Gus March Phillips. Now, Gus March Phillips is the guy who James Bond was based on. Okay, so in real life, you had Ian Fleming, who worked for the. He was in British Special Forces and stuff like that. He worked. He did a lot of like pretty fucking crazy shit. He had a very interesting life, and he met Gus March Phillips when Churchill started this Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, and he worked with Gus March Phillips, and he based later on after the war when he was writing the Bond stories, he based the role of Bond on Gus March Phillips, which Henry Cavill played.
Right.
If you look at him, if you look at what he did in his life, what he accomplished, and the kind of guy he was and everything, you can see the similarities there. You can understand the character of Bond a little bit better. And if you have Henry playing the inspiration for Bond in one film, have him play Bond in the other film. This is a guy who's a trained fucking killer. Do you think he's going to look like the guy that you see sitting in KFC?
No,
No.
well, of course not. But I think Daniel Craig, I mean, I looked at him and I said, yeah, no, he kind of looks pretty James Bondy, you know, like
Yeah, he looks very James. Physically, he looks like the guy that could go and kill a bunch of guys. I agree, right? He doesn't look like the guy and the kind of guy who could go into some suave fucking hotel cocktail bar,
yeah,
order a martini, and have a woman on his arm and take her back to the room and just fuck the shit out of her. He doesn't look like that guy. He doesn't look like the kind of guy who could like make innuendo comment or a nasty little joke to a girl and she would swoon and let him fuck her.
All right, who was the James Bond of the 90s? What was his name again? The one that came out in
Pierce Brosnan.
Doubtfire? Yeah, okay. Like I thought
He was all right, not hot, but he
for
was
his
pretty
time,
good.
dude, for his time, a lot of women, he was a heartthrob for his time in the 90s and shit.
He had the vibes.
He had the
so
slick back
I'll
hair.
allow it.
He was a good-looking older man, and I was like, okay,
Are
that
you
looks
telling
like,
me,
like
Kat,
James Bond.
Kat, are you telling me that you think that Daniel
He's
Craig looks better than
liberal.
Pierce Brosnan?
No,
Yeah, fuck no.
I think no. Daniel Craig, he's the face only a mother could love.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. So we agree that Pierce Brosnan's better looking than Daniel Craig.
Yeah.
That's all we're saying.
Yeah, but I thought
Timothy
I thought he was
Timothy
perfect.
Dalton was probably the most accurate from the books because James Bond wasn't supposed to be this kind of
Good-looking.
handsome guy. He was meant to look cruel, and Pierce and what's his name? Timothy Dalton did have that kind of cruel look to him. He had that kind of dark look to him.
Mhm.
But anyway, yeah, okay, sorry, Kat. We've gone off topic. We're talking about
Whoa.
shit that we like, not this kind of like girly shit that you
What were
talk
y'all
about.
talking about before this?
We were supposed to talk about RP stuff, but
Oh, gotcha.
Gotcha.
But also the rise of soft man culture. The rise of soft man culture is because look at what girls are told is attractive. Key area to look at is streaming services that make their own programming aimed at girls. Look at any kind of like teen love story shit. Look at this before it failed. Well, it was always failing. It was never making money. But before it kind of completely shut down, look at CW programming.
Right.
Okay. Look at
All the men
look at
kind of
shit
look
on
girlish.
Netflix.
Like the
all
men kind of have the feminine look to them.
and they look like they could fit into
Whoa,
the
whoa, whoa.
trousers that the girls wear.
Yeah, fair
Also,
enough.
the CW, I'm sorry, you guys. At the age, if you're the same age, it's good. Like a tween. If you're a tween girl, you're not looking at like a rugged man. You want like someone your own age, a guy your own, and he's not going to have those characteristics yet. So
No,
it
but I'm
makes
sorry,
sense.
there you can find
I didn't
any
find
guy.
hair on a man sexy until I was like 40.
What? No.
I wanted a
Kat.
dolphin.
Well,
Kat,
that
okay,
that
then
just
you're the
shows that
exception to
you're
the rule.
indoctrinated, Kat.
Yeah,
you're
you're the
indoctrinated.
exception. Yo, you're the
We're
exception
all
to the rule, Kat. You're the exception to the rule there because a lot of the chicks that I knew, they like rugged, tall men with beards and shit like that. Like it's kind of like something
I
that's
still
reoccurring.
can't handle a beard. I'm sorry.
Well, fair enough there, right?
Well,
But
there you go. See, there you go. Kat
so
has been
gross.
programmed. She is
well, I have
brainwashed.
seen her husband. Her husband's clean cut and blonde hair that's dyed, right? His dyed.
No,
blonde.
he's
That's
got
real?
gray
White.
hair.
She
He was
turned
born
him
with
gray.
blonde hair. He
Oh.
turned gray, and then now
'Cause
he's
of
like
you.
turning white. Yeah.
Because of you.
Yeah,
Got
she
it.
turned him
Got
gray.
it. Holy shit. Okay. But nevertheless, my point was that I'm pretty sure when he was younger, he had that pretty boy look to him.
Oh my God, so pretty.
Okay, so Kat's
But he
part
had a
lesbian.
good jawline.
See,
Like
this is
a
the
man
problem with
jaw.
Kat. She's criticizing soft boy culture, but she's the kind of girl who, in past shows, has been talking about in a proud way, about how many guys were hitting on her man.
That's true. That
It's
is
not
true.
my fault. He was pretty.
Well, Kat, you criticized me the other stream when I had the hair all over my face, and you're like, "What the fuck is that on my?" Even the other girls in the chat, like, "What the fuck?" And I get it. Yeah, I can't pull off the beard. Like, I have an older brother. He pulls off the beard, but he has like He's the like a lumberjack looking dude.
Yeah,
Like,
there's a certain look you have to have first. I think you know who really has like the beard down, like when you have a nice chiseled jawline and you're like you have dark hair.
Are you
and
saying
it's, like,
that Jake
filled
doesn't
in.
have a nice chisel jawline?
it's
He
there.
doesn't
I can
really
see
have,
Jake's.
like,
I can see Jake's jawline. I
full-
can see it.
It's there. It's not like chiseled, but
Wow, Simperius.
cat's arms. Why? What's wrong with your arms?
Oh,
He's
the
just a
hair.
shithead. Look at this.
You have hair on your arms? Oh,
What?
gross,
I
dude.
know.
Stop.
You guys.
Oh,
Fucking Harambe up here.
laser that shit off. What the hell?
It
But
is what it is.
But no, yeah, like that's just a reoccurring thing that I've seen on that, right? But I get it, like pretty, like look at the '80s, you know, like Motley Crue and like Poison.
Ew.
They had the pretty boy look to them, and they were fucking a lot of chicks. But was it because
All
of
of that was a psyop. You know that,
Yeah,
right?
well, okay, well, hold
The
on. Before you,
Beatles, everything. All
Right.
psyops.
it's all psyops. What, by the FBI? Is that
No,
that's
no,
considered
CIA,
kind of some-
yeah.
CIA.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. And same thing with like the rap community, right? Yeah, okay.
100%.
I-
1,000%.
I've heard that, but nevertheless, you have to admit that women were still attracted to these men. You know, and they
Women
weren't.
were attracted to power.
Yeah, well, that's okay. Great.
That's what they
Yeah,
were attracted to.
great. But even at that, you still had individuals like in the '90s, Kurt Cobain. He was kind of like the emo,
Look,
like the emo
I'm
guy was
sorry.
kind of something that was attractive.
If you
at one
saw
point.
a guy that looked like Kurt Cobain walking down the street as a girl, you're not turning your head. But if you
Yeah, he
saw
looks like an
Kurt
amateur.
Cobain walking down the street, you'd be like famous. And
Sure.
then you'd look at him. But like
Sure.
that's just how it is.
Yeah, women are definitely attracted to men that have money, right? And that's a reoccurring thing. But however, I'm saying that even you take a look at Bill Gates. Bill Gates is a nerd, and I'm-
Nobody's looking at that guy.
But hold on, I'm pretty sure even with like Steve Jobs, when he made his money when he was younger, I'm pretty sure he was nailing a lot of chicks. Look at Elon, right? Elon's not,
Steve
he
Jobs
kind of
was
has that
kind
same.
of cute. Steve Jobs young was kind of cute. Elon,
The guy gets a lot of poon, right? It's
yeah,
because of the money.
but
you
it's the money, it's the fame, it's the influence, it's the name
Kat,
recognition.
but
It's
Kat-
I had a kid with Elon Musk.
Sure.
Everybody knows who that is.
But even with rappers, Lil Wayne, I'm sure Lil Wayne gets fucking pussy left and right. And that guy looks like a fucking
Exactly, but it's
Yeah, I
like
don't wanna
I
be
had a
racist, but-
kid with Lil Wayne, and I get this much a month for
So
it.
therefore, you see it with every man, no matter what. At the end of the day, looks don't really occur to women as much as like men do with women. So that's
no,
my
no, no,
point
no,
there.
no. They have done studies on this. Women
Okay.
and men equally, their brains will light up if they see a hot person, right? The problem is that women have a priority of resources, fame, like safety, right? And the things that give women safety.
So therefore,
are,
it doesn't matter as much to them. That's my
it does,
point.
but it does. The thing is, they will secure the safety, but their eyes are still wandering
Sure.
for the looks.
Yeah, the
Right?
muscle,
That's why
the
the
guy
pool
at the
boy
phone
gets
party.
it.
Yeah, exactly. The phone party, the hot guy at the phone party.
Yeah,
But
so
for sure. To where men, it's more of like,
It's
she's
just
hot, she's
looks.
hot. Yeah,
that's it.
she's hot.
It's
She's
very
hot.
one-dimensional.
But that's
They're
why.
what's it called? A single issue voter, men.
Sure, fair enough. But nevertheless, my point is that when it comes to looks, the prioritization is looks for men, to where women, it's a laundry list of things. So I don't think women prioritize looks as much as men do. That's my point there. So this is why you see Lil Wayne to Bill Gates to Motley Crue, all these men that look completely different from each other, but have one thing in common, which is clout, right? So
Yes.
and they
Clout,
attract different types of
resources,
chicks. Yeah,
that stuff.
exactly.
And don't forget that if a woman actually saw somebody like Elon walking down the street,
Nobody's looking.
But-
Nobody's looking at that. Yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
especially if he's acting like how Elon acts. Like,
But
the guy's
yeah.
weird. I mean,
But
we
I'll tell
love
you
him,
this.
but the guy's weird.
But I'll tell you this, people, and it also has to do with hierarchy. And this is something that I've brought up multiple times. Like, look at the rap community. You see guys that kind of look like Lil Wayne. They're ugly rappers, long hair, tattoos, whatever, etc. But they're in a hierarchy of women that like thugs, and they prefer to go on to that, to rappers, thug-like of men, outside of just the resources, especially when they're young. And you see this with hierarchies. You see this even in the white community, right? You see this everywhere when it comes to culture. So I am saying, there is a style there that some women differently kind of are attracted to.
There was a show I was watching the other day. Like somebody was.
Is there any dispute there of what I've said? When it comes
Again,
to...
it's a psyop. But
There is,
remember,
I think
But
there
you
is the
could-
thing of
Kat,
like they
that's a
want to
cop-out,
protect
though.
them.
it's
But
not
that's a
a cop
cop-out.
out.
That is
It's
a
not
cop out. If you call it a psyop, you have to look
Because it is.
at the human brain, though. You have to look at the human brain in,
Yes.
in these situations.
Human brain
No,
will be
we
like,
know that
this
there's a
person has
reason.
fame, whatever. Everybody's paying attention to him, name recognition. Usually the only people with name recognition with that kind of power were like the leaders who earned it, like with war, with power, with prestige, with like family lineage. Those were the people that had name recognition. Now we are artificially giving these fools name recognition, and the women are confused because their, animalistic brain is like, he
Well, I
must
think
have
men-
all the other stuff.
I think men are a little bit confused too by this psyop as well, right? So look, I'm just saying, I think that when it comes to hierarchies of looking at things, whether it be in The Rock, whether it be with culture, whether it be with anything, even Dungeons and Dragons guys, like guys that play Dungeons and Dragons or Pokemon cards, there's a small amount of women in there that are attracted, that like guys that are like dominant in Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh or any of these types of hierarchies, that they're willing to go with that dude. And you have seen that in these little small.
They're usually women who gravitated there because they thought, I can get a guy in this community quite easily. It's like the fat chicks who become goths. They're like, you're fat and you're ugly, but you might look good if you're a goth.
Sure, yeah, with the makeup and the big boobs, but you have big boobs because you're fat, But nevertheless, you do see that even with chicks that are unattractive, dude. Even on Facebook or Instagram, you see chicks that are fucking fat and they're getting a lot of attention from guys that they're not necessarily like bum looking dudes. I'm pretty sure the majority are, but you do see unattractive girls that are overweight getting a lot of attention, especially in like the global social media where every single woman can just post a bikini picture and get some type of attention from men. So
yes, but men are wired that even if you make a shape of a drawing a certain way, they'll be attracted to it.
Yeah, they're attracted to fuck dolls, right? You got to get it up.
Men will stick it in a hole in a public restroom and hope for the best.
Yeah, no, fair enough on that. But that's human psychology, right, Kat? So women are really good at manipulating that. And that's my point there, is that I think there's hierarchies within either dating or fucking, right? Within these things, that maybe some women will be attracted to the guy that's in the top hierarchy of Dungeons and Dragons or whatever profession there is. And you see that with a lot, like even with music and rock and roll or any type of psyop you want to bring up. But you do see this time and time again when it comes to hierarchies. Like small
fat Slipknot girls are unfuckable. I'm sorry. Can we please make a movement where we are
Corey
going
Taylor
to
is still
stop
fucking them, though. That's the thing.
No, but we need to stop fucking fat chicks. Just make a movement. Don't men. Don't be celibate. This MG Tao thing. Fuck that. But just stop fucking fat chicks. If you want to fight obesity, America, stop fucking fat chicks. We need to reach out to the goth dudes and just help them stop fucking fat chicks.
Imagine if
it'll
you
be
tell
good for you.
Daemon, imagine if you tell a lot of men that are struggling having sex out there that's saying, you can't fuck that fat chick now. Your only source of pussy that you can actually gain, perhaps, maybe.
Yeah.
Don't go after it. Go after the hot chick that you have no chance on. Chad,
we need to start a charity for these guys. Okay. So you start a charity for these men. Oh, God. Be like, I know things are bad. I know you can't find a woman. And you think that fucking this fat chick who joined your community because she's got no other options. So don't fuck her. And they'll be like, but she's the only one we've got. And then we're like, we've got this charity for you guys. And we're collecting money. I want to start a GoFundMe for poor goth dudes so that we can get them sex and they don't have to fuck fat, dirty, sweaty chicks who haven't washed under their tits in the last 10 years. So we can find good whores for them. We can find some prostitute who's at least a size 6 that they can fuck instead.
Yeah, yeah. I think the prostitutes, though, like it's like if you pay for sex, you didn't actually accomplish anything. It's
Yeah,
like,
but Jake, my point is that for these guys, it's better than fucking a fat goth chick.
I don't know, man. At least you caught
It
the
is
fat goth chick.
because it will be
At least there's
everyone's the
some,
winner.
but at least
Because
there's some.
5 years from now, those fat chicks are going to realize that if they want dick, they have to lose weight and make themselves look attractive.
But then also the prostitutes are going to be millionaires, even more so. If you just have every guy,
They're
just
not going to be millionaires. They're not going to be millionaires.
You have every loser paying these prostitutes.
We're not getting high quality prostitutes for these losers. All she has to do is be skinny. She could be some meth head. We could pay her in food. Like
Bro,
we could.
I don't we're gonna get head, bro.
No, you're not going to do it. The goth guys will.
Okay,
they're going to be
they will.
grateful. They'll be grateful. They haven't done anything in life.
Charity.
Yeah. This is charity, exactly. We're not offering a 5-class service. It's just a charity. You're getting a charity fuck. You're not getting prime rib here.
No shit.
You're gonna get chuck.
I'll be back really quick.
It's a chuck roast.
Exactly.
Anyways.
Ben's got a point. Exactly. The head
which
game's
one?
great. But meth heads, they do not give toothy blowjobs.
Oh my gosh. Thank you. Okay. Okay, let's see the next topic. Let me find a good one. Should men boycott Instagram thirst traps? Should they like, respond, comment, or whatever, or entertain just because they're kind of feeling a certain way at a certain time of night? Should they entertain?
For what? Sorry?
The Instagram Insta thoughts.
Yeah. If you're a man, why the fuck do you have Instagram?
Okay.
I'm sorry, but just get rid of
They have
that.
a business. Let's just.
No.
What if they have a business?
Yeah, but okay, you're promoting shit, dude.
Okay.
I'm talking
Jake
about
has a
like if you're,
business.
yeah,
And
you
then
have a
the
business.
Insta thought pops by. Like, what do you want him to do?
Just ignore that shit. The only reason why you should be using it is for business. That's it. Why are guys looking at? Why are guys
What if
looking
he
at
wants
a
to give
thing
her
like
the
Instagram?
business?
No, she can
don't
come
wanna
to him
give
and
any
say, "Hey,
business
I
to-
want this."
No, I'm not going to give any
Great.
business.
Now you
to-
made Jake asexual.
Oh my god. Anyways, my point
Jake's
is
in a band and he's got a business. He's not asexual.
yeah, I've always promoted myself through my Instagram, whether I was doing music and now like I'm doing YouTube. It's social media has always been that for me. Don't have it.
But yeah. Anyway, we need to get rid of this shit of women being attracted to soft guys. This is bullshit. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I agree. But I mean, at the end of the day, I think most men, these soft dudes, need to take the masculinity pill, right? This is another reason why I actually back up Andrew Tate. At least Andrew Tate comes in and he's so toxic. At least he's changing some minds, you know, especially when we're complaining about soft men so much. And I know Daemon doesn't like Andrew Tate so much, right?
I well,
I like the issue is that if anybody has a problem, like I can understand some women complaining about Andrew Tate and complaining about the red pill and stuff like this and toxic masculinity. I can understand women talking about toxic masculinity and complaining about it. I don't agree with where the lines are drawn on what is toxic. Here's my issue. If anybody genuinely feels that Andrew Tate poses a threat, if anybody genuinely feels that toxic masculinity is a threat, if any people genuinely feel that the rise of the extreme right wing is a threat, the reason why you've got to look at this is, have you noticed that all of this stuff that's being attacked and being called out as problematic or a threat or dangerous behavior or whatever, all of this stuff is usually something that's in line with conservatism, Christianity, masculinity, and right wing. None of it is stuff that's on the left wing. And Jake and I spoke about this yesterday, that liberals and overly sensitive, emotional people who are calling out toxic masculinity are not talking about it where you find it the most, which is among the young male black community. You're not going to call them out for it. Who's more toxically masculine than young black men or Muslims today?
I think I gave you.
Nobody.
I think I gave you some stats on that too.
Exactly,
okay.
you did.
Damon,
You did.
Damon.
No, but Kat, the reason why we're
Here
talking
we
about
go.
this is because I'm sorry, but the reason why we're saying this is because these people are weak people, and weak people are not going to fit. Sorry.
She just said, "Geez."
Can we talk about sports for a second?
No.
No,
Don't
but you
worry.
saw
I'm not going to
Kobe
name the
there.
names.
That's why you want to talk about sports. We're not talking
No.
about sports.
I
So-
have a question.
No, wait, Kat.
Can we
Wait,
please change the
Kat. Wait, Kat. You're not going to get a strike for this.
N-word.
So here's
Are
the
you
thing.
freaking kidding me? Of course I
You're not. Here's the thing. People who are calling this shit out and saying that's problematic, that's offensive, that's toxic, that's this, that's that. Those people are weak, and they're never going to pick a fight with somebody that they know that they're going to lose. They're going to pick a fight against somebody who they think is soft, who they think is big enough to turn the other cheek and polite enough and tolerant enough, which is why they pick those fights. And it's why you never see people having a gay pride parade in the Middle East, but they will have one in the most tolerant places in America and Europe and say, you guys are literally erasing us. Say, no, the people that are literally erasing you are on the other side of the world, but you're too much of a fucking pussy to go there. So you're going to pick a fight that you know you can win because nobody's even going to bother fighting you. And that's the problem that you see with toxic masculinity, that you're arguing about it and you're calling it out to the people that aren't really going to fight you. If Andrew Tate was genuinely threatening, and if you believed that all the shit he said was 100% true in what he believes, you would not stand in front of his face and say that shit to him because you'd be afraid that he would end you. But he doesn't end you. He'll laugh in your face and he will carry on going about his day.
That's also true. Yeah.
And this is the issue. Like you're not afraid. Like when you see the people at the BLM riots going up to the police and screaming in their faces and saying, fry the pigs, burn them like bacon. Those are people who are not afraid of the police. They're telling us 24/7 how they're afraid of the police and how the police are literally ending them in the streets every day. But they don't seem to be acting like scared people, because why would you stand there and do that then? Why would you say that shit? Why would you burn down police stations if you think the police are such a big threat? And that takes us back to the feminists that we spoke about before. How do you think feminism came about? How do you think women won the vote if men were really oppressing them that much? They didn't. That's the point. We gave them what they wanted. We extended that courtesy to them. We didn't have to, but we chose to. You didn't win it. Men gave it to you. And now you see women acting like we won this. We won this on the battlefield. No, you fucking didn't. Feminism happened because men decided that they could capitalize on women. And now you've got more people in the workforce. You have more slave labor that you can rely on.
Yeah, no, I mean, Daemon, I agree with you. As far as the topic of toxic masculinity, I think that's just something that's what Kat would describe as a psyop. Masculinity is masculinity. I mean, the same toxic masculinity that you see in prisons is the same toxic masculinity of a fireman going into a burning building and saving somebody, right? What women complain about is the masculinity that they just don't like. Right? They like it when a guy protects them and beats up another dude, or if they pick a fight with another guy, their man coming in and beating up that guy, even though they're in the wrong. That's still masculinity they like. But however, the moment that the man tells them, shut the fuck up or go make me a sandwich, that's the masculinity that they don't like. Right? Or anything of that nature. So it's all the same. It's just toxic masculinity is just the masculinity that women just don't like because of that feminist movement that they've told them that women are equal.
And it's because you're living in the most privileged day and age right now,
that too,
with zero challenges. The moment even the tiniest speck of shit hits the fan.
That's true too.
Sorry? Yeah.
Yeah, right
I
there.
mean,
Yeah, bro. Female prison guards are banging the prisoners. That's 100% true. Even female teachers are banging their students because of the power dynamics, etc. Right?
Trick.
Yeah. So you see a lot of this stuff. Women like to be seen as like authoritarian figures. This is why like women that are prison guards, they have that power against the prisoner, right? Or you see them teachers, they have the power against the younger student that's 15 years old, 14 years old, even though the 14-year-old basically looks like he's in his 20s, right? Like, 14, 15-year-old men are huge, right? They're growing up and they look like adult men. But yeah, these women are banging them. Because
Dude, I have a theory on that.
There is
Can I-
a power dynamic there.
May I speak?
No.
Whoa, bro.
Now you can speak. I'm done.
Okay, so my theory is because these teachers, they're like, over 30 or like usually around 30. So like they are at that point where like nobody married them, or they had to settle for some dude that they don't find attractive just to share some bills. And now they're in
But
this
they also
situation.
they work in an area where no straight men work.
Yeah, that's true. It's a lot of
Straight men are afraid to work in schools.
Yeah.
Because
we
of what
We
happened.
still have the security guards and the police. Every school has a police officer and a security guard. And
Yeah, but if you want a career as a guy and you don't want to settle down, you just want to be fucking random girls wherever you work, get a job as an what's it called? An air steward, like an air hostess thing, but for guys, right? Get a job doing that, or get a job working in a hospital.
Why?
You're going to be because you're going to be surrounded in two jobs where pretty much all guys who work there are gay.
Not only that, in the hospitals, even stats show that women that work as nurses,
cheat.
They have more likelihood of cheating.
Exactly.
So you can actually get laid if you work in those hospitals. That's another stat.
Exactly. You could be the guy. You could be the guy that capitalizes off of all of that.
Yeah. Statistical wise, yeah.
Lord. Anyways,
Imagine though, just jet setting around the world on a plane. Your only job is having to like give people food trays and take it back and teach them how to put a fucking seatbelt on. And you're just fucking air hostesses who are usually really good looking because you're the only straight dude. They'll be like, "Oh wow, you're a guy. You wouldn't even need to look good. You wouldn't even need to be in shape." They could be like, "You don't have a six pack. You don't have this, but you're willing to put your dick in me."
Yeah.
Like any guy that they work with is 99.9% of the time gay.
Yeah.
They'll look at you like your cock's got the fucking elixir in it. They'll just be all over you.
I got a question for you guys. And I just read the title right here that Kat has. Is the RP helping men or just making them paranoid? Now, when you guys are talking about the RP, are you talking about RP content creators, or are you talking about RP descriptors and RP perhaps prescriptors?
We
like what's
kind of covered that.
Okay, well, just really quick.
Yeah.
Okay, just to answer the question, Kat, is the RP helping men, or are they just negatively impacting men? What is that?
I think both are true.
Oh,
so no, it's not. It's not. It's just the honest truth, right? Like,
all right.
I don't disagree with a lot of what they say, but I do think in order, like at first they laid down, this is how it works, blah, blah, blah. And then once all that content was done, now they got to do something to get them views. And like,
so you're talking about content creators?
Content creators, right?
Okay.
So you get, so guys will get in because like they screwed up with a woman, right? Somebody cheated on them. Somebody lied to them. They didn't understand the signs. They didn't see how things were going. So then they find this content. And then in the beginning, it tells them this is what you got to do. If you're not this, this, and this, then these things are more likely to happen. That's really useful. That's great. But then they keep watching the content. That's pretty much everything gets repeated over and over. And then they're like, we need more views. So now they're like, let's say some crazy ass stuff. Like now you got to have 15 wives and you can't live in the same house with her. You got to have 55.
Wait, who's saying, which content creator is saying that you need 15 wives?
A few of them. Like
Who?
there's this like
Who's saying
Kate
that?
and Myron were saying that you have to have multiple women because it's the only way to not get hurt. Because if they know
No,
like you
they
have
didn't say that.
options,
No, they
yeah,
didn't say
he
that.
did. I was just listening to him on what's
No,
that guy's
with that they're
name?
talking about spinning plates. They're not talking about whether you need 15 girlfriends or 5 girlfriends, etc. I think that's an over exaggeration, Kat.
Okay, well that's
Well,
great.
Okay, but I'm saying like they do talk about spinning plates, right? And what that means is mostly of when you
Are
have.
you trying to educate me? I watched
I
this
think
stuff for decades.
Well, then you still can't explain it very well, Kat. You're over exaggerating like the liberals do when they straw
All
man
right,
these people.
mansplain me, Jake.
I
Go.
will mansplain it. Okay, yeah. So most of the time they're talking about spinning plates, right? Now, when it comes to that, they're basically saying a lot of these men that build up, you have to build up your money, you have to build up your physique, go to the gym, etc. Right? This is what it takes. Then, on the other hand, you have to date multiple women because most women are going to cop out on you. The vast majority are not going to stick around. Spinning plates is basically dating multiple women to shoot out your options and have as much options as possible for whatever direction you want to go. They kind of go into a libertarian point of view here.
So do you
Whether
mean
wanna sleep with them-
simultaneously?
yeah, whether you want to sleep only if your goal is only to sleep with them, you can spin plates. If your goal is to find marriage, you could spin plates and find the best one, right?
Wait. So even if your goal is to find marriage, you
Mhm.
simultaneously date multiple women.
Yeah, you could spin plates on that. You don't have to fuck them,
See,
but most men
but
will.
I'm just saying logically, that is a recipe for failure. Logically.
Okay, well,
I
okay.
agree with that. Though.
And look, I'll tell you this. This is the prescriptors of what these men are talking about. I'm just disputing what Kat is describing, where you need 15
No, but okay,
wives, etc.
okay. I'm just saying that it's bullshit because if you're not, you know that one of the key recipes for success that's never been debunked, that is always, always, always held true, is that if you're going to put effort into accomplishing something and succeeding in it, you devote all your attention to it. So how are you going to expect to find a woman who's marriage material who you can settle down with if you're only giving her 20% of your time because you're giving the rest of your 80% to 4 other women as well?
Well, okay,
when you
so
know that one of the factors that women base who they're going to settle down with is number one, how much time, and number two, how much attention they get.
not necessarily. No, not necessarily, Daemon.
Well, I'm just talking what women list as high criteria.
Sure. And they lie a lot. They lie a lot because we don't see women wanting to go after the guy that shows them the most attention. In fact, a lot of women reject the guy that is constantly calling them and wanting to talk to them.
Oh, no, there's a difference between desperation and attention, though.
Well, that's the point there, is that a lot of the spinning plates aspect is don't give your full attention to one girl all the time, right? And if you want to get the best options, and again, this is a libertarian point of view, you could use this just to sleep with them, find dating, or just finding a wife, right? You can use it in different ways. Now, do I agree to use it in a way to where you just want to fuck all of them? No, I don't think that's good. I don't think that's good. However, the descriptors of what they're pulling out, it's however you want to use those descriptors, right? The prescriptors are up to you. That's kind of where, and I've talked to a lot of these RP guys. I've talked to Jack Napier. I've spoken to the guy dating Pearl, Nuke. So they tend to regurgitate this exact point of view. And I've told them all, you guys take the libertarian point of view. I even told that to Donovan Sharp, and he got a little bit upset with me when I called him a libertarian. But I said, you're a libertarian when it comes to the RP, because you are saying men do what you want, but I'm going to go and fuck all these women. That's what I'm doing, right? But again, this is their messaging. Their actions might pick an option that you disagree with, right? That's where I'm coming from on that. Daemon?
Okay. No. So that's cool. I mean, my main problem with it when we spoke about it earlier was just the foundation principles of RP is just wrong.
I mean, but again, this is how they go about it. And some of them, I remember when Myron first came in, Myron was, I think he was more active in sleeping with women. But I think now that he's kind of settled down, he's doing more politics and he brings his girlfriend on, he still says, yeah, if I want to, I could. I don't know if he does, maybe he does, But nevertheless, I think Myron has backed off a little bit too much on his a lot on his messaging from what he was doing like a couple years back to what he's doing now, you know? And you see that with growth. Like a lot of young men, I think Myron was probably 30 years old when he started that podcast. He's now 35 or you know, that was like what, 5 years ago or something? I think he's in his mid 30s or something like that. But you do see the difference of what he was then to what he is now. And you see that growth. It's kind of the same thing with Tate. Tate's messaging has kind of evolved a little bit as he's gotten older as well. But nevertheless, men do think that way, especially when money comes to you. They're going to go that direction. We see this time and time again with athletes, movie stars, and musicians.
Well, look, man, variety is the spice of life. So obviously,
So we're
if
for
you've got
Polly now, Damon.
no. I'm just saying that obviously, if you can afford it, if you can afford to basically say, look, honestly, if you said, look, there's a reason why men don't fuck a whole bunch of women and have kids and do this and do that with a whole bunch of different women.
Have you ever
But if
had
you
like
say,
one woman? Imagine that times a few.
yeah, but this is what I'm trying to tell you, right? If you say to a guy, look, you're with a girl right now, you like that girl, but you're young. You're only like 18, 19, 20, right? But you really like this girl and you're fucking that girl and you want to have a family. You want to do all that stuff. But at the same time, you're young and you want to enjoy your life. So you want to avoid the responsibility of it. And you're silly. You haven't matured yet. But if you want to have your cake and eat it, what do you end up doing? You end up fucking that girl, putting a baby in her, having kids. And then you decide, but I still want to have fun and do my shit though. So you duck out on your family. You duck out on that family. And then you go and you meet another chick. And you might want to fuck her, but you've already got kids. So you don't have that drive to build more of a family. You just want to have fun. So on the weekend, you're going to bang some other chick that you see in a nightclub. And then you're going to screw another girl and another girl and another girl. And you might have some kids with some kids.
Daemon, that's really hard to do, though. That's really hard to do.
Exactly. Why? Why is it really hard to do?
Because women are the ones that choose who they fuck, Daemon. And
no,
look,
no. But what I'm saying is if the opportunity presents itself to this particular guy, he's going to take it. But so what's the other reason? What's the other reason that it's hard, though? What's the other reason that makes it hard?
Outside of actually accomplishing banging multiple women? Outside of that?
Outside of that.
What else
It
makes
means
it hard?
the financial responsibility.
The sneaky fucks as well. Like
I'm just saying. I'm saying.
Wife, you have to sneak your way into there. That makes it hard.
No, but I'm saying that if you don't care, because a lot of people do this shit today because they just don't give a fuck.
But here's the thing.
No, what I'm saying is the problem is the real issue is because people can fuck around. It's not that hard to go to a club, meet a chick, fuck a chick.
No, dude.
I mean, unless you're
hard. A lot of men, dude. For a lot of men, the stats show this. It's very difficult. You know,
okay.
And maybe it's not difficult for you, etc. You know, even when I was playing music, etc. I didn't think it was that difficult, but I did think it was hard. You know, it's not like my body count's 100, but I have a pretty decent amount. I'm over the 50 mark, so I did well enough at least. So I understand
but my point,
it's not easy.
The only point that I was going to make here is that for a lot of people who do have this kind of lifestyle, the big problem is you get hit with the financial burden. Even if you're a piece of shit guy who isn't going to stick by your kids.
Like pain. You mean like pain
and you duck
dates?
out. Yeah. So if you duck out on the kids that you've made, you can still be caught in the financial trap of, I have to still pay child support. I have to contribute this way. I have to contribute that way. Even if a lot of the people who are irresponsible dicks who do this duck out on those families, they still have to pay for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my point goes back now to, this is why you see this in the examples that you pointed out, where the moment somebody has celebrity status, and the moment they've got the bank account, they don't give a shit. They're like, I just want to party. I want to party and I can afford to party. So I don't care if I put 5 kids in this woman and 2 or 3 kids in that woman and 2 or 3 kids in that woman, because I'll just sign the checks and carry on living my life.
Daemon, that you're talking about Elon Musk level Okay. I don't think most guys are saying like, fuck it, I'm just gonna get every bitch pregnant. I don't think they think that way. I think
Well, dude,
I think
dude,
they're very
we've got
well
in the
aware
U.
of. Go for it.
So I was just going to say, in the UK, we saw this lifestyle actively promoted
Yeah.
among people. So in Britain, we've got, I mean, you guys have got NFL, we've got football, what you guys call soccer, right?
Mhm.
Now, there was this thing in like probably about 10, 15 years ago, right?
Sure.
Where you had women who were called wags, wives and girlfriends, and it was
Right.
referenced to women who were dating football players, right?
Right.
And they would tag onto any football player. If you were semi-pro, if you just signed for a team, if you could be little league, you could be fucking so low level, but women would throw themselves at you because they thought one day you might be something.
Sure.
And as soon as you get that contract, I'm going to be tied into it and I'm going to get my money. I'm going to get my payday. So these guys who literally all as they were doing was getting scouted would have this gaggle of whores ready to latch onto their dick and ride into the distance until they got that paycheck.
Yeah.
So you and football is very, very popular in the UK. And
Yeah.
every kid plays it. So if you're mildly talented and you put yourself out there and you have anyone looking in your direction being like, this kid's got a bit of talent, right? You could look ugly as sin. Google Wayne Rooney. Google a guy called Wayne Rooney. This guy had women lining up to fuck him.
Sure.
And this guy, when he would go to clubs, would get his dick sucked just by going to the toilet.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just going to go to the toilet. There's a woman there. I don't even have to shake off. She'll lick up those drips.
Yeah.
So
And
you
Damon,
have that.
Damon, you're talking about the higher echelon of men, right? This
No,
guy.
no, dude. I'm talking about the bottom of the barrel. I'm talking about the bottom of the barrel. And this goes back to your point, Jake. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm going back to your point.
Sure.
Hierarchies. Yes.
Yes. That's what I was going to bring up right now. Yeah.
I'm going back to your point. You can have a hierarchy in anything. Like you mentioned, it could even be in fucking Magic the Gathering or Dungeons and Dragons. As long as you can identify the niche that you have a talent in, you can capitalize on it and you can get that. But all as I'm saying is that if you attach to that a bank account, you will see what these guys will do. And you're right. You said, oh, but you're only talking about Elon Musk there. But you see footballers that are the same. You see rappers that are the same. And I get it. These are people who are making money and they're a rarity. My only point is to say that it uncovers the nature of man.
Sure,
Okay.
yes,
We're
yes,
not all going to be able to do it. But if you give somebody a blank check, you're going to see what men want to do.
Yes.
And unfortunately, this is the kind of pit that men would fall into. This is what they would do. The only reason why we don't do that is because we put restrictions on ourselves because we know that we can't afford it. So we have to make sensible choices.
Damon, you're 100% right on that. And I look, you can give overnight a guy, give him a fucking Corvette or fucking a Lamborghini, a mansion, and a blue check mark on Instagram. And this dude is going to go crazy, with the clout, the money, and etc. You see the full nature of how men react to that. I get you there. Totally get you there. However, my point is that, and it's your point too as well. And I remember even bringing this up with Donovan. And I think Donovan tends to only want to talk about the 1% of men, etc. when he's using these examples. However, when you look at the average males, it shoots out to hierarchies of that. Even the average dude can still rank up there within those hierarchies. And that's just something that I haven't heard a lot of the RP content creators kind of talk about, right? Or at least to full detail. They always use the 1% examples of things. But it does exist even within the average Joes. And even if you look at the average Joes on that, imagine being an average Joe and you're in a profession like music, football, cards. I mean, you just fucking name it. And you're at the bottom of the hierarchy. You're not even good at it. And you don't really have too much talent. Those are the dudes that don't get laid. And we see a lot of them. I think it's the vast majority, and the stats show this as well. So I'm just saying, going back to the question here, is the RP helping men or just making them paranoid? I think the RP is really giving the truth to men that this world is a competition. It's always competitive. This is why men are extremely competitive. This is why with any type of fucking hierarchy that you're in, whether you're doing music, cards, whatever the fuck it is, you have to be really good at it. Because whatever women that are in that hierarchy that like that shit, you can actually have a pick of the litter. Even though you're not fucking 6 figures, 6 feet tall and good looking, whatever it is, you could still find something there. Right now, the more money you make, the more high in the hierarchy that you are in that profession. If you play in the NFL, etc., yes, you're going to have way more of a pick of a litter. But however, I would recommend men to focus on whatever hierarchy, whatever thing that you're doing, and be the best at that. And by the way, don't be a fat piece of shit. Move out of the house with your parents. That's not attractive. Get your money up and be charismatic. Know how to talk to these chicks. A lot of these dudes don't even know how to talk to them. And you see that, especially with young men that maybe are good looking and know how to, that are in the top of their hierarchy, especially when they're young, they still don't really know how to talk to women as well.
This is again why it's quite easy for women to make good choices if they tried. It's quite easy for women to make good choices when it comes to picking a man. Because we spoke about this importance of hierarchy, and also you brought up a point that I made when I was talking with Kat earlier on, when we were talking about how I made the point that when men compete with men, they want to exceed the standard, right? So men want to better other men. If you and I are competing, you want to best me, I want to best you. So this way, whenever you see men putting into an area where they compete with one another, what they're going to do is they're going to constantly be pushing through those boundaries. They're going to be breaking through those limits. They're going to be setting the bar higher and higher and higher and achieving more and more and more, which is why men in the workplace leads to a successful workplace. When you see women, or when you see feminized men, or these liberal men that we see today in the workplace, it's always stagnant. There's no boundaries that keep getting pushed. There's no there's no excelling that's going on there. You don't see higher and higher and higher levels of excellence that are being achieved, because people are happy with the status quo. Women are often happy with the status quo, and men aren't. Men will compete. But when you try to breed that kind of competition, especially in the workplace with women, what you see happening is you see sabotaging going on. Women don't think, I'm going to do better than you, and I'm going to excel, and I'm going to reach higher, and I'm going to go further than what my colleague is doing. They will try to trip up the colleague. They will sabotage the colleague. And this is what you see with liberal men as well. And there's tons of studies and statistics that point to these feminized men who behave in that way, that will sabotage rather than work harder. And if you look at women who will identify what an excellent man is, and look at that hierarchy and recognize where he is on that hierarchy, they can make good choices, they can find a good man. But when it comes to men that will look at hierarchies of women, that's very rare. It's hard to find that. How are you as a man going to say, well, wait a second, I want to pick a woman, I want to pick a good woman. So what standards am I looking for? Most men wouldn't even know what answer to give you for that. And any answers that they would give you are answers that you can't really judge, because think about it this way. If I say to you, look, you need to find yourself a good woman. So how are you going to find yourself a good woman? What do you want? What would most guys say? Most guys who are trying to be sensible, what answer would they say? She needs to be a good what?
Oh, no, definitely not. No, that's a much complicated answer.
No, but what answer do you usually hear most sensible guys saying? Like, if you're looking to settle down.
Most men will say, well, as long as I have something in common with her and we can laugh and go to the movies.
No, but there's usually one thing that will say she needs to be a good what? She needs to be a good mother, right?
Yeah, sure, but I think a lot of
men. How the fuck are you gonna know though? So how the fuck are you gonna know?
You gotta put a baby in her.
Well, hold on. I think a lot of men will answer that question of, well, she has to have a lot in common with me, personality-wise, right? They have to have fun with her to a degree, and she has to be attractive. That's another thing.
But
too.
psychologically, though,
but-
unfortunately, the statistics
I agree.
show that that's not a good match.
Yeah, I know. I totally get you there. But Daemon, I want to play this video for you. This is why I sent it to Kat. As when you were saying how women sabotage each other. This is a comedy skit, obviously, but there's a lot of truth there. Go ahead, Kat. If it can play.
Give me a second.
Hey, check out CJ. If you really love me, you would delete all the girls in your contact list.
That's crazy. Even my mom?
Especially your mom.
What? You know what? I am done with you. Goodbye.
So pathetic. We should say something to her that'll ruin her life forever. I know just the thing. Hey, CJ. We just wanted to tell you something. It looks like another man broke up with you. And we wanted you to know he didn't deserve you anyway. He didn't? No, you're the best thing that's ever happened to him. Yeah, you're right. You deserve to be treated like a queen. And nothing you did was wrong. Everything is his fault. You really think so? Yes. Don't change anything about him. You're literally perfect. Wow, thanks, guys. I was just about to self-reflect on all my failed relationships and take a long, hard look in the mirror. But instead, I'll just keep blaming all my dating problems on other people. Exactly.
So you see, lying to your girlfriends makes you look like a good person, while also decreasing competition in the dating pool. If you told your friend the truth, she might improve herself and find a more suitable mate than you. So instead, just lie. It'll make her feel better and allow you to marry a better husband. Telling your friends the truth, not even once.
And then I slept.
Yeah.
There you go. Exactly. Sabotaging women. Now, I don't know if women do this like I don't know if they do it on purpose. Like, do women actually say, we're going to tell them?
Kat's spoken about this shitloads.
So Kat, I'm going to ask you, do women in their mind say, I'm going to sabotage this bitch by saying you're perfect, even though it's an entire movement right now? It's literally an entire movement. We see this in Netflix. We see this all around.
Oh my God, let me tell you something.
So go ahead.
So when I was super thin and hot, obviously everybody wanted me because hold on, let me show up proof
All right,
again.
I'm smelling
you guys
Kat
are ass
already.
wipes.
Super thin and hot.
Yeah, hold on. This is me with my ex-boyfriend, Brad or something. As you can see.
Why do you still have that photo?
It's such a dumb.
That is you? God.
What?
You're a stick, dude.
Thank you. Yes, I was a stick. It's a little I was a little thin there.
You've always been thin, I guess. Okay.
Yeah. Boom.
You look super dude. Okay. You look super different.
It's called pre-babies. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
All right.
It's like a wax statue.
Brad is not a wax statue. How
No, I
dare
think it's talking about you. You look like the wax statue.
Oh, yes. Yes.
That's what Trigger Warning said. I thought it was
yeah. So
hilarious.
anyways, so when I was thin and hot and everybody wanted me, because obviously.
Okay.
Yes, it's called 40 years.
What okay, what would you rank yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 when you were young? Skinny and hot, whatever you said.
Okay. I would rank myself on a scale of I would walk in
at
the
the
mall.
time. At the time.
I
when
would
you were
walk. Yeah. This is how I would rank myself. I would walk into the mall
Uh-huh.
and all the women would hit their husbands and their boyfriends and start fights if
I
they
don't know
looked at-
about that.
I'm
Really?
telling you. I have a friend, I'll bring him on the podcast. He's come on a bunch of times. He would go to the mall with me and he's like, "Do you understand what is happening?"
Is he
and
gay?
I'm like, No. He was
No,
just
he
like
better be gay.
No, I met him in middle school and he knew me like when I was a dork. So he never I never switched in his mind. So he's just like, why would anybody think this way of you? And I'm like, I know it's hard for you to believe because he's a boobs person. So obviously I didn't have that. So he never.
Cat. If you
didn't.
gave him the opportunity for that, he would have hit it.
No, he wouldn't have.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, he would. I was going to say the same
Either he's
thing.
gay or he wouldn't have hit it. Okay.
Well, maybe he's a little gay, actually.
You're delusional now. Okay.
He's a
But
little-
go on.
He
Let's
could
hear
be
your
a little
delusion.
bit. Everybody in the chat always says he is. So maybe he is.
Yeah. So
It's his voice.
So I think
Has
you
he
were
has he
delusional.
got a girlfriend now?
No.
How old is he?
50? I don't know.
Oh, he's
Your
around here.
age?
Okay.
Do you know?
Really?
Have you ever known him to have a girlfriend?
Yeah, he's had thousands of girlfriends.
Thousands. Okay.
Thousands. No, a lot. You
Did
know, like
any of
the
them have small
royalty
tits?
in the
Hold on. Did any
school,
of them
he
have
was
small
always-
tits?
No.
So all 1,000 of those women had big breasts. All 1,000 of them. This guy is just that hot.
And
He's
he
just-
hasn't got a woman now, though.
No. He's been dating 25-year-olds for like 25 years.
Is he rich?
No, he's broke.
Bro, I don't believe him. He's lying.
He does. He's got kids and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, well, that doesn't mean that he's banged 1,000 of big titty chicks.
I mean, I've met a lot of them.
Trust
He's
me, I've met a lot of
lot
men
them.
that lie to girls, and they've told me this. I'm like, dude, I've seen a dude he's a fat guy. He was a fat guy. And the chick that I was dating was like, yeah, he fucks. She knew one chick that was attractive that fucked him. And then he said that, yeah, this happens a lot. And then another girl that was talking to him, she's like, yeah, he gets chicks. I'm like, dude, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He got lucky. That's it. But yeah, it's the delusion of you ladies. Let's say this shit.
Okay, anyways, the point is I would walk around, people would get hit. I would go to my parties, whatever, and everybody
Maybe he just went to a violent mall.
I mean, it's Miami. It is what it is.
Okay.
Also,
Where the
people would
competition's
react
high.
to me like either very hostile, like I bet you think you could do whatever you want, and I'm like, I haven't spoken yet. Like, so people would be either very hostile or they would be like too nice or like you're so smart. I'm like, I didn't say anything. So it's like it would always get like a reaction. So that's why I didn't really speak much, because I was afraid of people. Because the worst thing is to be liked for your looks, because it's the one thing that's going to go away for like sure really quickly. So it's really scary. But anyways, whatever number I was good enough.
I love it in America. I noticed when I was there.
Hold on, Daemon. I'm sorry, I didn't get my question answered. By the way, whatever number I was, it was enough. That's not answering.
Oh yeah. What would you rate yourself out of 10?
Maybe like a 7.5.
At the time?
Yeah.
When you're looking that skinny and shit, you're a 7.5?
I think so. I mean, I didn't have like, you know what I mean?
Some people like skinny chicks. Jake, I would fuck the gristle off a skinny chick. I would go for it. Like,
bro, I like skinny chicks too. Trust me. I like skinny chicks. But however, I'm just looking at Kat as a whole, and I'm thinking, guys thought she was an 8. Bro, 8.
So you think it's the face
Hold
that
on.
ruined
Do you want
it?
me to show you a real photo? It's a little inappropriate.
Kat, no,
Okay,
I don't want to
Kat,
see
get the tits out.
No, I don't want to see that. I'm just saying.
Let me
I
get
think even your answer right there might be a little delusional, right?
Yes.
I think you're pretty average. Like that. I'm like, well, yeah, she's an average chick.
Average?
She's a 5. Yeah, you're a 5.
What
In
a
those-
son of
I'm
a-
sorry. Did you look?
on.
Trust me, I'm a 5 too. We're both
No,
5s.
no, Jake, you are not a 5. First
I'm a
of
5.
all.
We are
no,
both
you are
5s.
not.
Yes.
We are not both 5s. Do
We
not
are both
sell us
5s.
short. You are a dumb whore. You are not a
Dude.
5.
Oh my god, you're embarrassing me now. I'm a 5. I'm an average-looking dude.
You are not average. Have you
I am
been
average,
outside?
Kat.
Have you been outside?
I never thought I would live to see the day to see Jake fishing for compliments.
No, it's not that, bro. Seriously, I'm an average guy. I'm literally the average dude.
Jake, you've got to go outside and see what's out there. Hold on.
If I wasn't here
Go
5 minutes from now,
outside.
Jake would be like, "I'm so fat though. You should really see. Let me show you my belly." Like, sometimes I go and cry in the fridge, and she'll be like, "No, Jake, you're beautiful. You've got such a wonderful soul."
Dude, we're doing that thing in the video. to
Yeah, I
Jake.
know. Actually, I think Kat's trying to sabotage me. Like, no, you're perfect the way you are, Jake.
Never change.
Never
If she
change.
doesn't like you, she doesn't deserve you.
If you don't like me at my
Kat's-
worst, you don't
Kat's
deserve me
gonna-
at my best.
Kat's gonna get off her chair like Drew Barrymore and hold Jake's hand and be like,
You deserve everything.
Oh my god. That's insane, dude.
Hold on, let me find a picture where my boobs look good.
Oh god.
These are 45-year-old boobs. Hold on.
"The milk's gone bad."
You know what? It's fine. You don't. It's
Bro.
I gotta have one good picture in here. I just don't want to like show any of my friends.
I'm
When
questioning why you even have
Steve slaps your titties, does powder come out?
Yes,
Oh god.
milk powder comes out. It's point. elderly. Look, see, I was so cute. Come on.
Yeah,
How's that
you're
inappropriate, Cat?
average looking chick.
Look at my boobs. Are you freaking kidding me? Stop hating.
I thought you said you were flat chested. Yeah, okay, fair enough. You look like a B
Oh
cup.
no, that's after I started dating Steven. He started giving
You got breast
me-
implants?
No. He started giving me
Oh.
peas and cabbage and
Like
I
your
didn't know
rabbit?
that they were estrogenic.
Oh yeah, that's great
They're
because you really want
highly
your girlfriend to be
estrogenic.
farting in bed every night.
No, but he was like very happy with it. But then I think he gave me too much. And now I'm here.
Okay.
So it is what it is, you know. What are you gonna do, bro?
I mean,
Anyways,
yeah,
Brad Pitt or
that's definitely a
something.
5 right there. That's definitely a 5.
Okay, look, but this is after. Okay, that was
5.5.
before, and this is after Steve.
The after is the 5.5. You got the 5.
Yeah, that
a little
was like
above average.
like my hottest.
Yeah, you're definitely a little above average in that one. I'll give you that.
Okay, wait, hold on. But let me just hold on. Look at this. Look at this face. Okay, first of all, to look at the face. Look at the face I used to have. My God, no makeup.
Botox to hell.
They didn't have Botox.
Yeah,
50
really.
years ago,
That's
you
why.
dumb-
That's why the
teeth.
Yeah. Put the picture up again. Let's see that picture of you where your mouth is smiling but your forehead
Steven
isn't.
says both of us are average in Jersey. God. Well, I'll never.
Go on. Put the picture back up, Kat.
Which one?
The one that you just had.
The face?
Yeah. Look,
I think that's a
Jake.
cute face.
Look at the smiling mouth, but the eyebrows,
Okay,
the forehead.
Look. Okay, shut up, you horse.
I mean, her.
How can you smile only with your mouth?
I was a psychopath. What do you want? You dumb shits. I swear to God, you can't.
They didn't have Botox back then. Fuck off.
They fucking didn't have Botox. When did they come up with Botox? Do you think that me, who freaking was in high school or early college, could
They didn't have
afford
Botox in the 1930s?
No.
Oh.
I mean, they had botulism. I guess I could have distilled it or whatever. Poked a hole in a can, just wait for it to happen. I don't know. How do you get botulism? Anyways, what was the question originally?
What would you rate
What do
yourself?
you rank yourself?
No,
1
no.
through 10?
After that, it was something else. It was something before that.
Oh yeah, I was just I was asking you guys about the title. If the RP is helping men or impacting them negatively. You said both. Daemon,
yeah,
you didn't say anything.
both.
I said
Patrick Bateman. Yeah, okay. Psycho. She's the Cuban psycho. You're Cuban, right? Or something like that?
Cuban Persian.
There you go. All right,
I
Daemon.
was just saying that the problem is that the groups of weak men feeding weak men, because basically you're going to have anyone who's successful is going to graduate out of that community. They're not going to stick around in the RP if they get what they want out of it. So whoever it works for is basically going to leave, and you're just going to have like this clique of weak men that are growing frustrated because they're not succeeding. They're not getting what they want out of the movement. And that's what you see. You see a lot of these communities which are really filled with angry, misguided guys who
the black pillars.
Maybe some of them go onto the black pill, but a lot of them will stick around.
That was the black pill was around simultaneously during the red pill when Rolo was there and everything. Black pill's always been around. So I'm
Yeah, I
just
just
saying you
think,
can't blame the red pill for that black pill incel movement, etc.
Well, first of all, if that's what happened, technically, I think you could make an argument to blame the red pill for it, because you could say that the red pill fed into it. Because, yeah, it fed into the black pill. We know, whether or not you agree with it, that the fact is there's been lots of accusations leveled at the red pill, saying that the guys who are promoting it, the guys who are talking about it, the red pill YouTubers and everyone else are grifters, right? We've seen that accusation leveled at everybody. And we've also seen everybody who's running defense for the red pill saying, oh, but the red pill it doesn't say this, and it doesn't tell you to do that, and it doesn't tell you to
like
do
what
that.
I just
It's not
said right
about
now.
prescriptors.
That's me.
Right, yeah. But a lot of
Okay.
people do say that, right? And we've also seen a lot of them run defense for evolutionary psychology. But the fact is that a lot of it hinges on and rests upon that evolutionary psychology, which it is a pseudoscience. It's not
Yeah.
replicable.
No, no, you're right. You're right. It is a pseudoscience, and I get you
But
there. But however,
my issue is also something that you called out. You identified it, and I agree with it 100%. And this is one of the criticisms that I have of Andrew Tate.
okay.
The descriptors are fantastic. A lot of the issues that get called out that the red pill identifies are 100% accurate.
Mhm.
And it's valid. But the thing is that I think this is why it hooks in a lot of people, because a lot of weak men out there who are looking for guidance or direction will hinge onto it and say, you've exactly described all the problems that I've got in my life. You've exactly identified everything. I can relate to this. And I see that you're successful. You've told me that you've had all these problems. So I'm going to listen to you because I want to know how to fix these problems in my life.
Sure.
So now you're expecting prescriptors. And a lot of these guys will feed you the prescriptors.
Right.
And unfortunately, that's where it often goes off the rails.
But
And I'm not saying, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, why are those men feeling that way? And I think it goes beyond the red pill. Like, you can't blame the red pill for this type of feeling, how men feel. Because
No, I'm not saying that you can blame the men for feeling that way. But we went back to talking about how you can blame the red pill for the black pill. And
yeah,
the
but
reason why I'm
But Daemon, I don't think you can blame the RP for any of that, because this has been an ongoing thing for decades. Look, the fatherless households is what's resulted to a lot of weak men. The red pill.
okay, so let me ask you something.
Okay.
Let me just ask you something. Okay. Are you going to tell me that the red pill doesn't offer a solution, or does it offer a solution?
I think red pill content creators, the ones that dabble into this shit, will provide some type of prescriptors that might differ from one another, from each content.
Okay, but does the red pill itself, because this is what I hear people who defend the red pill adamantly always saying, it doesn't offer prescriptors, right? But
no, they
when
do.
you say,
They do.
okay, so what
Look at
what prescriptors does the red pill offer?
Well,
What does the red pill say that you should do if you
yeah.
face these problems? If you have trouble getting a go, if you have trouble doing this or that or whatever, being
Right.
successful, what prescriptors does it offer? Because I always hear people say, it doesn't say you should do this, it doesn't say you should do that, it doesn't say you should do this, it doesn't say.
Okay, so I'll tell you this. When it comes, like, I'll give you an example here. A lot of the prescriptors of the red pill content creators will say something like, "Don't marry a single mom." Right? It's going to be headaches. Now, could you pull it off? Sure, but the best thing for you, if you're going to move forward, is to avoid single moms. That would be a prescriptor, right?
Okay.
Now, doesn't mean you can make a single mom into a wife. I mean, if it works, it works. But the odds are you're going to have some troubles, and it's just best to avoid it. So that's one example, and I've seen this with Rich Cooper, even Myron Gaines. Yeah, they shit on the single moms because, yeah, a lot of these chicks, they get run through, especially when they were young. I mean, they're talking the truth here. A lot of these single moms, when they were young, they were partying, they wanted to fuck the hot dude, etc. They got pregnant with a guy and they left him. A lot of and you can look at the stats on when it comes to relationships, women usually leave those types of relationships more often than men. And so their advice is probably a good idea to avoid single mothers, because you're probably going to fall into the same results as the guys prior, and they're looking for a guy that can love them just like, oh, if you don't love my son, then you can't love me mentality. And that's just fucking stupid,
Only my mom had that.
So here's,
what's wrong with that prescriptor, right? Do you
disagree?
disagree?
See, this is what I'm saying, right? The reason why I was asking you is, does it have prescriptors, is because a lot of the people running defenses say that it doesn't. Or if they hear you quoting somebody where the prescriptor doesn't make sense, they'll say, that's not the red pill. That's what that person's saying, but that's not what the red pill says.
But what
if
is
you
the
do
red pill,
actually
though?
look,
Like Daemon, let me ask you, what is the red pill then?
Well,
if the red pill doesn't say that, what is that then? What are you talking about?
Right. Okay, so many people, when they are running defense for it, will say, I'm going to cite this, and they'll talk about something Rollo said. Then they'll say, oh, but Rollo changed his mind and he said that before. Now he's actually clarified it, and this is what he means. But then they'll talk about others. So what I'm trying to say is that it drags it from, as you pointed out, what the core tenets are to what current day YouTubers talking about Red Pill are saying.
Yeah.
And it's hard to distinguish it because they deliberately leave it murky. They deliberately leave it vague.
They're libertarians about it. Daemon,
Well,
I
yeah.
agree. They're libertarians
but
about
it's
that.
almost like
you
it's
decide
like I wouldn't even say libertarians. It's like modern day
are.
Muslims. It's like modern day Muslims. It's
Muslims
like,
have
oh, that's
rules. At least the
no,
Muslims
but they'll
have
say,
rules.
oh, but
Christians
what
have
translation are you looking at? What translation are you looking at? Or what Quran are you even looking at? Because there were like over 7 Qurans, right? So which one are you talking from? Do you remember that debate that you had with what's his name about this whole thing? That Teriak had. Yeah.
Yes.
So you're going to drag it through this whole thing of that's not really what it says, or that's a misinterpretation, or that's not. That's from a poor translation.
Daemon, this is why when I ask you, what is the red pill? What are you talking about? Content creators? Can we take one content creator at a time?
Well, this is exactly.
But if we're going to go through this debate, you have to take one content creator at a time because everybody's different and they interpret it differently. But
this is exactly what I said to Kat earlier on. My whole point was everybody's running defense for it to such a way that you don't even really know what the actual tenets are. And if you do know what the tenets are, my point is this. If you're going to have a debate about this, if you're going to have a debate about it, you're supposed to actually first say, well, look, what are the tenets that you're saying? Are you saying that this is a movement that's just about descriptors and that doesn't offer prescriptors? Or is it going to have those descriptors and offer some kind of solution that you can work with? If it does, what is that solution? What are the actual prescriptors understood to be? And who is it that's telling you that? And who are you having the debate with? Because I can guarantee you, because I've seen it and it's happened, that the moment you think that you're getting somewhere with that debate, and even if you win that debate, later on, you're going to have 100 fucking people telling you, no, that's wrong. That's not what the red pill says. And it's like socialism. It's like, no, you didn't try it right. You didn't do the right type of socialism.
Yeah, but Daemon,
but just to get back to my first point, Jake, to it.
But here's my point here. Daemon, I don't know what everybody else is saying of what you're looking at here. Perhaps that could be the case, but however, I've spoken to a lot of these red pill guys, and from my perspective, they seem to be a little bit more libertarian to where they say, well, you got to do what you want with it, right? They don't take an actual stance. With me, my problem with that is I think some of your prescriptors that you could say, this is what I would do, could be hurtful on a society level. That would be my argument. And I've done this with Jack Napier. I've done this with what's his name? Fucking Nuke, etc. I've spoken to these guys, right? Because my perspective is I feel like I use the RP descriptors because they're true. But the way I use it is more of like the conservative level. And you see this to where if you're a libertarian, you might use it similar to them. If you're a Christian conservative, you might use it that way. If you're Destiny, you use it in a totally different way where you're just a fucking Kumeen fucker and you do whatever you want. You'll criticize anybody that criticizes women. But at the same time, even Destiny can understand these descriptors that are true.
What do you view the RP as being?
The what?
What do you view the RP as being?
Oh, okay, good question. So what is the red pill, right? That's your.
No, what would you call it? It's not a religion, right?
No, it's not a religion.
What is it?
So,
is it a value system?
No, it would be a movement. It would be some type of a movement that many people are. Obviously, it's discussion with debates. It is a movement, no doubt about it.
Okay, so if it's a movement, what direction is it going into?
Well, here's the thing. The direction that it's going into is that you have people like Andrew Tate and you have people like Pearl Davis. You have some, like, for example, with me, when it comes to the RP, I do put a lot of the anti-feminist type of talking points to the RP that a lot of these red pill content creators, such as what's his name? Troy. He's another guy that's Troy that is actually backing up feminism. Like he says, yeah, women can kind of do whatever they want. Nuke has said this too, right? Oh, a woman can do whatever they want, whatever they choose. Don't change them. It's a useless battle, right? Feminism is never going to die. That's their mentality. Pearl Davis has the same thing. Pearl Davis has the same mentality. Feminism's never going to die. They won. She literally said feminism won.
Yeah. So here's my point, Jake.
But here's the thing. I would disagree with that. Now, again, she's just shooting her opinions using RP descriptors. My opinion of also using RP descriptors would be opposite of that. So that's where the conflict is. We're not disagreeing on the descriptors. We're disagreeing on how it impacts society. That's where I would go with.
So that's the problem with the red pill. The problem with the red pill and the no, but
then,
Jake,
then you don't have
is.
the problem. No, you don't have the problem with the red pill. You have the problem with content creators because Myron Gaines doesn't. Myron Gaines, that's an old Myron Gaines talking point.
Okay. So
Myron
Jake,
these days, the reason why he's gotten more into political content is because I don't think Myron Gaines is going to say nowadays that feminism's winning and that feminism.
So wait,
won.
Jake, I'm going to ask you something, right?
Go for it.
Is there a problem with Marxism, or is there a problem with Marxists? If you look at the writings of Karl Marx,
yeah.
Okay. Now,
Marxists.
is there a problem with the Quran, or is there a problem with Islamists?
The Quran, I think that's both.
Both. Why?
There's a problem with the Quran in general because it is, I get you, the prescriptors of how to live life.
The problem is that you've got something that's claiming to be a thing that all of the actions that are pointed out in it and all of the advice that it's giving is completely contrary to the thing that you're trying to achieve.
I understand.
Okay. So here's, if you're going to have a religion, or if you're going to have a value system, or if you're going to have a movement, right? You need to be very clear with what your message is, what your goals are.
Yeah, but Daemon,
and what you're advising people on.
Look, I get you there. Look, here's my point. Here's my point. When it comes to the RP, even the content creators, at least the main ones, I don't think Pearl Davis is damaging society to the same level as the covert right-wing feminists are these days. Like I don't even think Pearl Davis is that bad compared to them, and that's because they're MAGA women and shit like that. I don't even think that Myron Gaines is on that level. I don't think Andrew Tate is either. You know, like, yes, I get it. We have problems with some of their how they apply things, and we can debate that. However, when you look at the big picture of feminism all the way around, it's fucking crazy. If you look at Marxism, if you want to compare it to any other thing like Muslim, it's not even fucking close, Daemon. It's
No.
close.
Look, I think, just to be clear, my issue is that at some point you have to stop criticizing the followers and you have to question the thing that they're following. Right? Because all as I've been seeing for ages is people saying, oh, but what this person's doing, what that person's doing, they're doing it differently. I'm doing it this way. They're doing that. They're doing that. Really,
it's not a religion.
You're all meant to be on the same page of a movement or a religion or a value system or some kind of doctrine that you're following. So you can't follow something if you're all going in different directions. Okay? You can't have one person saying, well, this is what I'm following like this, and this is where it's telling me to go.
Daemon, who cares? Here's the thing, Daemon, who cares? It's descriptors. That's what it is.
No,
you know?
this is okay.
Look, my thing is, I understand what you're saying. They have to be consistent. Everybody has to be they have to be all the same brain, is what you're saying.
No.
The same brain, then it would be okay.
I'm gonna have a problem with something, and I'm gonna say that I have a problem with it if it's something that you cannot criticize. If you create something that is beyond reproach in every single way, because it's engineered to be in such a way so that you can't criticize it. You can't pull the curtain back and expose it for what it is, because so many people are running damage control for it. And so many people are saying, this is what it is, this is what it is, that is all it, that's what it is, that's what it is. And it's like, okay, fine. So you're the final word, are you? You're the authority on what this is.
Okay, fair
And then
enough.
when you question the person who's the authority on it, they're saying, well, it's actually become bigger than me. It's something else. Okay, so it's the other people representing for it. No, I want to know what the thing is so we can examine it. Okay, if somebody says to me, we're doing this in the name of Allah, we're doing this in the name of God, we're doing this in the name of whoever it is, and I'm like, okay, show me your book, and you can't show me your book, you say, well, you can't touch it, you're not allowed to touch the book.
Daemon,
No, wait a second, Jake.
This is unfair
If we
comparison
can't,
between the. Okay.
if we can't check what it is and examine it fully, then we're not going to know what it is. And that means that we have to take other people's voices for it. I need to take the word of everybody else who claims to be a red pillar. Now, if I question all of those people, I'm going to have everybody else saying to me, they don't represent what it is. This is what it is. It's about this. But Jake, hold up just 1 second. Let me just finish this point. It either has to be something that is descriptors that then leads to giving you prescriptors, if it's going to call itself a movement, right? Because it can't be a movement if it's only descriptors. You have to have a direction that you're heading into. Go ahead.
Look, okay, I understand where you're coming from on that. Look, what I'm saying here is that when you're saying along the lines of the content creators, right? When I was talking about the red pill, I said the red pill is descriptors. Now, when you're saying the Quran, when you brought up the Quran, that is a huge pile of this is truth and it can't change, right? Or even the Bible, it's never changing, and that's what it is. What the RP and a lot of these content creators agree on is it's they use the word what is it? Not probability. Practical. It's a praxeology. That's how they always have it, right? Which is another word for do whatever you want with it. Praxeology, whatever's probable for you. Practicality, right? So, and look.
Well, the praxeology.
Let's go. Hold on. Let's go back to the Evo evolution, right? If they're looking at stats, whether it comes to the marriage rates, whether it comes to evolution psychology, etc., that is ever changing. So this book of the RP can always change throughout time. So you could say, okay, I'm wrong on that if it's a praxeology, and then therefore you fill it in with something else, right? Their mentality at this point that maybe that praxeology is probably not going to change anytime soon because they have the doomer, especially Pearl Davis, specifically Pearl Davis, not all of them, but Pearl Davis has the doomer mentality that feminism has won. She might be saying that because she, to be honest, is a provocateur. That's what Pearl Davis is. So she could be saying that just to be hyperbolic and the internet factor of things, which could be the case. However, I am saying that going back to the praxeology is the advice is praxeology. So it's whatever the fuck you want it to be. And then the descriptors are the facts. That could change, right? So the marriage rate is 80%. Maybe one day men are now divorcing women 80% of the time. So now the RP descriptors will change. So it is changing. It's not like the Bible. The Bible doesn't change. And this is why it's still a movement, because Andrew Tate made it a movement. The reason why it's a movement, because now we're having these debates all the time online. It is a movement.
Yeah, but no, it's
so
okay.
You don't need a set in stone Bible to make it a movement, Daemon.
No, that's true, Jake. But my criticism at the beginning was that it's bad. Okay, a movement is not a good movement if it has no clear direction, and you don't know what you're moving away from or what you're moving toward.
Can you name a movement that has a clear direction throughout history that is good in your eyes? Can you name any
movements for human rights, the civil rights movement, for example?
Yeah, and I would argue that I think the civil rights movement wasn't perfect neither.
Well, it had its goals that it wanted to get established.
Sure.
The American Civil War, right?
Sure.
Why should we pay to another country when we're our own country now?
Yeah. Like there's a lot
freeing the slaves. Why we all believe that in human equality.
But here's the thing.
Loads of people believed in God. Loads of people believe that it's not fair to own another human being.
but then that has to do with moral objectiveness. That has to do with Christianity, right? So it's another movement of other people that are in a Christianity that goes into this movement.
No, it's just people who have. This is why I asked you about a value system, right? Because it's about values. You don't need God to know that it's not right to own another human being.
No,
right?
yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
Now,
Because
no, wait. God tells us that. I understand, right? But you don't need that. You can find somebody who doesn't believe in God and
yeah, but
still
you can
say,
find
hey,
you can find people that don't believe in God and still say it's okay to own a human being. You know, like at that point, morality would be subjective, Daemon. So
right. Well,
until
listen.
this day,
My point is,
all around the world, you still have people that believe slavery is okay, and they're godless human
I
beings. Because
get that, and many people who think that slavery is okay also believe in some kind of God,
yeah, sure,
right?
yeah, but yeah, sure, but I'm
And
saying from a Christian perspective, from a
many
Christian,
people have a God telling them that you're
yes,
better than other people because you believe in me.
but hold on. I'm saying from a Christian perspective, from the Christian Bible, morality is objective. You would agree with that, right?
Morality
It's never changing. We have the rules. This is always bad, and then we've set the stone with that. This is what we
it's
base our laws on.
complex. It's complex to say
So it's
whether or not
subjective
it's
then.
subjective or
So
whether or
then
not it's subjective.
if it's complex, therefore it's subjective then. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that I think that it's morality is intrinsically based upon the individual.
So
Okay,
it's
and
subjective.
because
So
all
it's
of us are
subjective.
different.
So you
Yeah,
believe in
but the thing
subjective morality.
is that the thing is that morality is also tied into ethics, right?
But okay, is ethics objective or subjective?
Ethics, I would consider, and this is a long fucking discussion that we shouldn't get into right now.
Yeah,
that
for sure. We'll get to this video.
morality is by its definition subjective. Ethics is objective.
Okay, we'll get into that another time. But my point is that the way I operate is there's morals and they're objective morals. Now, if I'm operating within a system where it's subjective, then what's wrong with slavery at that point? You know, what makes your morals superior to mine if everything's subjective? That's the debate that we have to have. If it's so complex, you have to answer that question. So my point is when it comes to these RP movements, etc., because it is a movement with Tate, I can understand that the RP is subjective. It's not objective. It's a praxeology, right? It's not something that's the Bible, etc. So I would say the RP.
It claims to be. It's not though.
No, they call it a praxeology, Daemon.
Yeah, I know. They call it that.
Praxeology is
Oh,
subjective.
yeah, but okay, they call Islam the religion of peace. Is it?
No, of course not.
Right. Okay. So just because you call something that it's not, the problem is that, okay, so look, the issue that I've got, if you want to get into the mechanics of that thing, is that if you look at people who say, oh, it's a praxeology, it hinges upon evolutionary psychology. Evolutionary psychology does not do what it claims to do. It can't. It can't. So therefore, calling it a praxeology because of that is false. It can't be.
But dude, that's not fully with the descriptions. The descriptions also take into account male and female dynamics when it comes to statistics that we.
Yeah, I know, but look, it's a praxeology in that it claims to be the logic of human action, right? So it wants to examine why human beings, why men and why women do what they do, why they
correct.
Yeah, why they act the way they do, what their goals are, what their incentives are, what drives them, what their motivating factors are. But it does that through evopsych, which is bullshit.
But no, I think they also do it through statistics, Daemon. Like I know evopsych
No. The evopsych connects the dots.
It's a big component. I know.
It connects the dots based on the statistics, but the way it connects the dots is through pseudoscience.
Yeah, I know that. But if the statistics change, okay, the how you perceive it will change as well with anybody else. This is a subjective movement, as you would say. The red pill is subjective. That's what it is.
Look, okay, do you know how if you look at tarot cards or if you look at horoscopes,
Yeah, that's complete
you
bullshit.
can draw any dots together that you want to create any fucking image that you want. It's
Okay.
cold reading. You're just cold reading
Okay,
people and
Daemon.
claiming to be no, hold up. Anyone can learn how to cold read people and act like they're some kind of mentalist. I can look into your mind and I can read your thoughts and I can do all this kind
That's
of
not
shit.
what the RP
And
is
all
doing,
this.
though.
Sorry?
That's not what the RP is doing.
No. It
Like,
is
dude,
doing that.
like something basic.
That's what
something,
Evo
hold
Psych
on.
does.
But dude, the RP, something basic as women like men that are taller than them. Something so basic. You don't need tarot cards to tell you that. You can never run into the RP and understand that women like taller guys. You don't need the RP for that. Like just living life, you can understand that. You can understand that women want some type of protection or resources just by living
Right,
life.
okay.
Now, to the extent
So-
of that comes through statistics, comes through Evo Psych, etc. If you want to expand on that, okay, it's a
And then if I
psychological.
wanted to, if I was somebody who's professing RP, right? If I'm an advocate for RP, somebody comes to me and says, "Oh, okay, how do you examine the majority of women, the 90% plus women who are with short guys? Why does that happen?" Now, if I'm a proponent of RP, I'm going to say, well, it's because they fell below the bar of attractiveness for the taller guys, and therefore they couldn't get with the taller guys. So they settled for short guys. Okay. Now, somebody who's arguing contrary to me would say, no, they're just women who don't particularly like tall men. They like smaller guys. They like somebody who's more like their size. They don't want to be with a guy who's stupidly tall because it makes them feel like they're short, petite, dumpy, whatever. So they want to be with somebody who's closer to their height. So now how are you going to know which one is true, which one is false? Or how about you look at medical studies around the world in systems that have got privately funded hospital care and other systems that have got a taxpayer funded healthcare. Now you have to look at people who are doing statistics to say, when do we operate on these particular conditions?
Really
What
quick,
should we do in this case?
Daemon, I
What
have a
should
quick
we do in
question.
that case?
Daemon, really quick question. Maybe I heard wrong. Are you saying that 90% of women like men that are shorter than them or date men that are shorter than them?
No, I said, what would you do if somebody looked at statistics and said 90% of women are with shorter guys?
Oh, I would
Because
say
if
they're
you
wrong.
look at the guys, if you look at guys who are over 6 foot something, you're looking at like a smaller percentage of the
Small percentage.
population.
Yes, yeah, but Damon, if you look at the average height of a woman compared to the average height of a man, most men are taller than most women.
No.
Damon.
I didn't mean taller men compared to women. I meant taller men compared. When I said shorter men, I didn't mean shorter than the women. I meant shorter than
I'm
the
sorry.
tall guy.
I'm sorry. Yeah, but my descriptor of the RP that is the truth is women prefer taller men. Now I get you. Maybe women want guys that are 6 feet tall. I think most women do, or at least a man that's taller than them, right? And you can see this all around. Just fucking go out to the mall and you see most women that are dating men date men that are taller than him. Kat,
No.
is
AJ,
your husband taller than you?
Jake, nobody's
foot.
look.
Oh,
we're
by a
not
foot.
debating
Yeah,
that,
that's a lot.
right?
But
But Jake,
you've said,
I'm not disagreeing with that. Okay, statistically,
I know you're
you
saying
can look at
hypothetically, if somebody comes up to me and saying you're wrong, 90% of women are dating men that are short or on average short, right? Is that what you're saying?
the problem that I'm pointing out, right?
But Daemon, that's not a descriptor of the RP. Like nobody.
Look, the problem that I have with the RP is this. That just let me finish my point, right?
Go for it.
The stuff that it's calling out, the fundamentals of the praxeology is what's wrong. Okay, because what you can point to all the dots, and I will say that's true. That's true. That's true. That's a legitimate thing that we can look at. The statistic you have over there, the thing that you've observed in behaviors over there, all of these things are true, right? It's the manner in which evolutionary psychology tries to connect those dots. And that if you're taking these people at their word, the RP is a praxeology, you have to understand that the fundamental tenet of a praxeology is to explain the behavior that you're observing. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Yes, it is. That's what the praxeology is, right?
Yeah, but it's objective, right? So it's
No,
not
no, 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 no,
That's
no.
my point.
The
I agree
moment
with
you're
you.
going to call it a
Damon.
praxeology, wait a second. Let me finish my point. The moment you're going to call it a praxeology, you are claiming that we're examining how these decisions are being made so that you can identify it, learn from it, and move forward and possibly even change it in a way.
Sure. Yes.
Now, if you're going to do that, that means that when you are looking at those dots, you're supposed to work out how the sequence connects together, because that's how logic works. If you're looking at a logic table,
Daemon, I'm not disputing.
Can I finish before you tell me what you're not disputing? Let me just finish. If you're looking at a logic table, you know how logic gates work, right? If you're looking at it, there's a flow to it. One logic gate will lead to another sequence of logic gates and lead on to more and more and more. So if you're looking at that, you have to connect the dots the right way. Evo Psych cannot do that. It's not that it doesn't do that. It cannot do that. Okay? Nobody can do that, especially if, as you're pointing out, subjectivity, we as human beings are all subjective in what motivates us. Okay? You're going to have different motivating factors to somebody else. Okay? This is the problem with human beings, is that we are largely irrational compared to other animals. You have other animals that you can, their behavior is easy to predict. Humans, you can't do that so much.
Yeah, okay. Daemon, here's the thing, bro. And by the way, Jake, let him finish, bro. Triggerman, shut the fuck up. Daemon goes on long diatribes when he's explaining
I
shit.
apologize if I do. Yeah, sorry.
No, he really does. He really does, bro. And that's why I'm saying, like, when he's making a long point and I want to dispute something, this is why I have to interrupt. Shut the fuck up, Triggerman. The point is here, Daemon, when you're talking about a praxeology, you're right on that, okay? Yes, but at the end of the day, praxeology is subjective to whatever's practical to the person. I agree with you there. You agree with me. But you're saying what ought to be is everybody should be just one-minded in this entire movement and have to go forward like it's the Bible. Hold on. And even the Bible, people fucking take it as subjective when it's not. So I understand that, Daemon. My point is, going back to the question is it making men better? Now, every man has a different story to a degree. Yes, generally, we can generally speak on these things, but individually, how men look at things is a bit different on what they prioritize. We can understand that. My point is that I think that the RP is helping men in general more so, and I'm talking about the descriptors and some of the content creators. And some of these content creators, bro, they're not nearly as bad as the feminist movement, the Muslim movement, etc. Right? It's not even close. I understand what you're saying on your criticism of these content creators, is that they have to be consistent all the way through. The problem is when you have an entire fucking big amount of influencers talking about these subjects, yes, it's going to get in the weeds of things, and thus now we have to debate them, which I'm fine with. But again, I'm not saying that the RP is objective. I'm saying it's subjective. And this is why it's so interesting to have these debates and how we can kind of how can we kind of go through some of these?
The only thing that I disagree with, is I don't see how you can say that you're going to build a movement like the RP and you're going to say that it's a praxeology, but then say it's subjective and then make comments about, and then make comments about how women behave, why women do what they do,
Let me ask
what
you
you
this.
should do, who you should or shouldn't date.
Is being practical
Jake, I'm not going to be able to make a point if I'm criticizing something for you to respond to if I can't criticize it.
No, but because I don't think you know what practical is. This is why you're going on these long diatribes.
What do you mean I don't think I know what practical is?
So, okay, is being practical, is that something that is objective or is it subjective? So, for example, the practical thing to do is I'm going to put in all my resources. The unpractical thing to do is put in all my eggs in one basket. It's a risk factor that men do all the time, by the way. Men take risks all the time.
Jake.
Is it
You're
hold on.
you're going off. No, you've completely misunderstood what I'm saying.
Well, answer
When
my
I'm
question.
talking,
Is
the criticism
practicality
that I'm
objective
levying.
or subjective?
Wait.
To
Jake,
individuals.
the criticism that I'm levying is at the actual RP, not at the people, not of the followers, not of the YouTubers. The actual movement itself, the actual
Which is made
system
up
of
of
red
what?
pill.
Which is made up of what?
Wait. Jake, hear me out. You
Well, you
can't
said
say
you're not talking about the
no,
content creators. You're talking
Jake.
about the whole thing.
Let me say what I'm saying, Jake. Let me say what I'm saying. Just give me a minute, right? You can't say this is the red pill. We've got some descriptors. We're going to possibly have some prescriptions as well. And this is a praxeology, and it's rooted in EvoPsych. And some of the prescriptors that we've got, right, is that you shouldn't date single moms, right? That's one of the prescriptors that we have. Don't date single moms. It's not a good idea, right? It's going to, you're
It's
likely going to
not practical.
fail.
Yes, not
Right?
practical.
But at the same time, then say, oh, all of the dots that we're connecting and all of the observations that we're making here and the way we're connecting these dots, which is rooted in EvoPsych, and everything that we now do based off of that is subjective, right? So we're saying it's all subjective, but at the same time, we're making a prescriptor saying, don't date single moms. Well, if it's subjective, how are you going to enact that?
Okay, so they're saying don't date single moms. But if it's
if you're a movement and if you're going to make descriptors and offer prescriptions based off of that, you can't say it's all subjective.
Yeah, you can.
Because you can't. No. You can't have a logic.
I can explain. I can explain how.
Okay, wait, but I want you to explain how you can have a movement which is saying that it's rooted in logical observations of behaviors, right? Okay, and it's using EvoPsych to connect those dots. How it can do that and offer prescriptors to a group of people, but at the same time say it's objective. Make that make sense.
Okay, so let's go to the example of single moms, right? When they say, "Hey, here's some descriptors of single moms," right? Most women usually are they have the kid when they're early, maybe 16, 20, etc. They date around. Most women want to date a dude that's going to take care of them and their kid or their second kid, etc. Whatever the case may be, right? Now, odds are usually these women have the idea that they want to find a guy that is going to be full on daddy position with a child that's not theirs, right? One also habit of women is that they won't allow the guy to discipline the child, especially if the father is still in the picture. We've seen this plenty of times. The prescription goes is that not a good idea. Don't even bother with these women. It's not a good idea on that, right? However, they also say if you find a woman that is submissive to you and that follows your lead and is about you and wants to make your life better, your goal better, then that's a good woman. Now, what if is the case is that you find a single mother that does all those other descriptors, those other positive things? Now it becomes subjective on whatever you decide that, because the praxeology is subjective to the individual. And this is why I say the red pill, the descriptors are there. As far as the prescriptors that different between the content creators is up to the person. Okay. So I would say if you find a woman that's submissive and most of these single women aren't, maybe perhaps it could be a good idea. However, just be aware of what you're getting into and you could make it work. Could be possibility.
So you don't need the descriptors at all in that case.
No, you do. You do.
No, that's the problem. You don't, because you're still saying at the end of the day, here are certain things that you want to look for. Here are certain values, which we already know without the RP, right? This goes back to what we were talking about before when we said, if you're a man and you're looking at a woman, where's the hierarchy there? What kind of classifications are we looking at? What kind of characteristics are you looking at for a woman where you want to know how far up on that chain she is compared to other women? right? If you're looking at that stuff, and if you say, these are the core things that I'm looking for in a woman, these are the metrics by which I'm going to measure her. Once you find what those core metrics are, and you're looking at them, maybe each category, and you see, well, she's an 8 on that, she's a 9 on that, she's a 10 in that, she's a 7 in that, and I can maybe work with it. But when you judge all of it and you realize that's all great, at the end of the day, if I was to say to you, look, the numbers work out, she's a good pick, but guess what? She's got a kid. Guess what? She's got 2 ex-husbands. Guess what? She used to be a junkie once upon a time. Guess what? She's got a high body count.
Yeah.
If you say, but judging by it now,
sure,
her numbers in all these categories are fantastic, and she's got exactly what I'm looking for in a wife,
Yes.
you'd say go for her because it's all subjective.
No. I didn't say that. Now, my advice would be like, if she has all those things, those counteract everything. You shouldn't do it. However, if you think it's the case, fine. That's subjective. Let me ask you this.
But that's what I'm saying, though.
That's
then,
what I'm saying.
Then
That was my
RP
point.
RP is irrelevant in its descriptions, though.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
How is it not if you're saying
because
that the
stats
final
show-
judgment
because
is
the
going to be
stats- no, no, no.
subjective?
No, because you base your subjective perspective off of the stats, the descriptors, the truth, right? Now, again, if you know that what the stats are, right? Stats doesn't mean that 80% of women divorce men. You get into a marriage with a woman doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get divorced, right? It just shows the stats. At least be aware of it, right? Those are the descriptors. It's describing it. It's describing the truth. It's knowing the truth before you get into these types of relationships.
I
If she's
get what you're saying.
crackhead-
You're saying it's telling you these are red flags that you need to be aware of. But
Aware of,
once you,
yes.
but is it saying? Because it seems like you're saying it's telling you, don't absolutely avoid a girl just because of the red flag, because
No,
you
I didn't
might
say that.
still be able to make it work, right? That's what you said. You might still be able to make it work. She might be a single mom, but you might still be able to make it work, right?
Depending on the percentage, yeah.
Depending on the percentage, and also depending on the other factors, which you said,
Yeah, of course.
right? So this is what I'm saying.
This is what I'm saying, Daemon. I'm making that argument that it's a praxeology, whatever's practical on that, right? Practicality is a subjective depending on your situation that you're in. Something that's practical for one person isn't practical for another. So this is why the RP is subjective.
Praxeology
Hold on. But Daemon, let me ask you just this simple question. Is the red pill subjective or is it objective?
You're saying it's subjective.
No. I'm asking you, is it subjective or is it objective?
Well, my whole point is they're deliberately obfuscating.
Just answer my question.
My answer is that they're deliberately obfuscating everything about it.
Is it
so that you can't
subjective or
criticize
is it
it.
objective?
You're the authority here.
No, I'm asking you, is the red pill subjective as a whole, whatever you think the red pill is, the content creators from the descriptors, etc., Evo, whatever it is, Evo Science, etc., is it subjective or is it objective? Is it the truth?
We don't know.
Yeah.
They're deliberately they're deliberately making it vague.
So you're no. So your answer is the red pill is something we can't decide whether it's subjective or objective. When we look when we look at the advice, the practicalities of this, of what the content creators are saying, based off of the descriptors of what they're talking about, they come up with different conclusions. And you're saying, I don't know if it's subjective or objective. That's what you're saying, Daemon?
No. What I'm saying,
you said you don't know.
No, I'm saying that they're deliberately obfuscating it. Whenever you want to talk to anybody about RP,
who cares?
Whenever you want to talk to somebody about
That's
RP,
irrelevant. That's a red herring.
they're deliberately Jake.
That's a red herring,
Let's try and move somewhere with this, okay?
Look,
whenever you want to talk, whenever you want to talk to somebody about RP,
Daemon,
they will deliberately dance around the major issues.
I'm not talking about people that you spoke to on the streets that are random. I'm talking about the movement as a whole, from the content creators to the descriptors to the Evo to the stats, everything as a whole. Is it subjective or is it objective? It's a very simple question.
How can you expect an answer to that? Honestly,
It's a very easy answer. It's subjective.
no. It's not a question. You're not asking a question.
I am
We're
asking
talking.
a question.
You're not. No, that it's not.
Wait,
You're
hold on.
not asking a
Is a
question
red
that
pill
makes sense,
subjective or
though.
objective? That's not a question.
No, it's not a question that makes sense.
How does it not make sense, bro?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. If you can give me a couple of answers, I'll give you an answer. Is that
So,
fair?
for example, is 2 + 2 subjective or objective?
Objective.
Okay. Is the sky is blue? Is that
Because you're
subjective?
talking about mathematics. So it's subjective because it's mathematics. It's something we can understand. If you're asking me, is the sky blue? You're talking about an observable fact, which is something that we can understand. And a system of colors, which is laid down and we can understand it. But the moment you talk about red pill, you're talking about something that we can't understand because each person's going to tell you that it's something different.
So therefore it's subjective. That's my point.
No, because my point is there needs to be a core principle that we can agree upon that these people have all chosen to interpret their own way. Their interpretations are obviously wait. It's not irrelevant. Their interpretations are obviously subjective interpretations, but there needs to be something that we can understand is core tenets to it.
Yes, you can understand it, bro. Again, what you're saying, okay, we need core tenets to understand it. That's irrelevant. If it doesn't have it, therefore it's subjective to whatever they're saying. From the prescriptors to the
Jake,
descriptors.
I've been trying to be very generous. But if you're going to say that that's what it is and that's where you want to draw a line under it, then you can't blame most people for saying that it's bad. It's bad because nothing can be good. Nothing can be good if we're going to say this thing is designed to help people and it's helping people who are misguided, who are lost, who need some kind of either inspiration or guidance or motivation to become better people. Or better men specifically, right? And then say, oh, by the way, it's entirely subjective and whoever you go to, whichever content creator, whichever person that you have preaching from the pulpit is going to be saying something completely fucking different to another person.
To me. Sounds subjective
Yeah, I know.
to me.
And it sounds bad. It also sounds bad. Because if you're going to say that you're going to help people based on some kind of principles, but then say it's all open to interpretation, which is entirely subjective.
You also said earlier, hold on, you said earlier morality is subjective.
You could be teaching something good, and other people could be teaching something that's
subjective.
complete
Isn't
bullshit.
good subjective to you?
When I said morality is good, it's because when I'm saying that it's subjective, when I'm saying that morality
is subjective.
Yeah, when I'm saying morality is subjective, what I'm saying is that is purely because it's an internal thing. You have your own internal moral compass. And your moral compass might not be as calibrated or pointing in the right direction as somebody else's.
Okay, Daemon. Okay. If there was a society that maybe raped young boys or maybe did human sacrifice, and in their society this was morally justified, and you saw this society, and they said, no, this is moral to us. And you said, no, that's not moral. We're going to fucking wipe you guys out and fix this. What makes your morality, since it's subjective, superior to theirs?
Right. Because what you're doing is at that point, I'm answering it. At that point, what you're doing is you're observing the ethics of that community. And the ethics is something that's objective. Okay. When you have a group of people, each of them have got subjective morals, and that community that they're a part of,
define ethics.
You're going to have generation after generation after generation of people growing up within that community. They have now formed an ethical basis for that community. There's a set, understood, observable, and entirely objective system of ethics by which that community works. Okay. And then what's going to happen is future generations that have subjective moral compasses are going to be calibrated by that ethical system which you have within that society. And that ethical, those ethical standards might change over time.
So
but
it's subjective.
it's
So wait, hold on. Hold
no,
on.
no, no,
You
no.
said
It's not
ethics is
object. It's not
subjective.
subjective. It's not subjective. It's
You
not
said it was
subjective.
objective, but you're saying those ethics will change over time. Therefore, you're saying they're subjective.
I'm saying that those ethical standards might change over time, but
So it's
they are
subjective.
objectives. No, 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 no. Think about the definitions, right? They might change over time, but they are because they're informed by subjective morals. But
So
once those subjective morals inform that ethical standard, when it changes, is still an objective standard that is observable, and it in itself is objective.
So
And it will
okay.
continue to
Okay. So
inform.
Daemon,
It will.
I understand what you're saying. I understand. Let me ask you this. Let's just make it simple for the audience.
But wait, you're going to know that you can criticize it because your internal moral compass is going to be looking at a subjective set of
No,
standards for
I
that
mean,
community.
no,
Sorry,
it's
it's
not
going to be looking
subjective.
at an objective standard
Yes,
for that
objective
community.
standard. Yes, an objective
Yeah,
standard. So
your
therefore,
subjective compass is looking at an objective standard. That's how you're
no,
going to
no, it's not.
know.
No. It's not a subjective standard. No.
I said objective that time. I said
Okay.
what I
Okay.
said was when you are asked how can you say I'm right and you're wrong, it's because your moral compass, which is subjective, is going to be observing a community of people that have an objective set of ethical standards that you can understand and recognize that it's wrong.
Okay, wait, hold on. If their ethics are objective, therefore you're already therefore if their ethics are objective, then grape and sacrification is true. If you're saying their
For
ethics
them.
are objective,
For them,
then
yes.
then it's objective. Therefore, then
No,
it's not objective.
Listen, Jake.
No, dude.
It's objective to that community. Okay, it's listen.
You're saying this. Hold on. You're saying it's objective to them, but not to me. Therefore, it's
This
not
is the
objective.
yes,
it's subjective.
because Jake, you need to understand the difference between morals and ethics. Okay,
bro.
If you look at the definition of morals and ethics, right? Morals are a personal thing. Ethics are for the community or group as a whole. That's generally understood to be the difference between morals and ethics. Okay, ethics is based on a collective, which is a subjective understanding of morals. But once you group those people together, when you group those people together, you will have an ethical standard, which is an objective ethical standard. Now, just because it's objective doesn't make it morally true, but it is objective. So when you say, oh, but grape is okay to that society because their ethical standard says that it is.
But objective meaning it's the absolute truth. So something can be objective.
That's not what objective means in this case when we're discussing morals and ethics.
Okay, fine. You want to change this because the thing is,
no. That's the word that we're talking about.
I know that, but I'm saying this. Okay, so if you're saying, well, this group of people as a whole believe that grape and sacrification is good, it's ethical, right? And then in our perspective, because I don't think of morals or ethics as subjective. It's not. There's an objective thing that we can understand and point to, and we see this all throughout history. It's an objective fact.
With regards to what? Morals?
Morals, etc. Right? And
so
of course,
you think morals are objective?
Yes, from the Bible. Yes. There's something there to where I can have an actual standard of morality that comes from the Bible, and that the societies that tell me this is subjective, because that could be anything. That could be anything.
So what morals do you think? What morals do you think are objective?
Okay, so for example, thou shalt not murder, right? Do not covet your neighbor's wife, etc. Like the teachings of the Bible. Those are all objective morality. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I would agree that it's morally correct. I wouldn't agree that it's objective morality.
So is there any time to fuck your neighbor's wife that it would be a good thing?
No, but I would take issue with. No, I wouldn't agree with that.
Is there any good time to fuck your best friend's wife?
Probably once he's dead.
Do you still think it's okay that once he's dead, you could fuck his wife?
Well, he's not there anymore.
Oh, okay. So then you could fuck her.
Well, you're asking me if I think it's okay.
No, I'm saying, is it that morally okay?
Well,
Is
you're
that
saying,
morally
is
fine?
there any time? You're saying, is there any time when it's okay to fuck your neighbor's wife? And I'm saying that if there was a time when it's okay to fuck your neighbor's wife, I'm guessing it would be either before he met her or after he's dead.
So it's okay to fuck your neighbor's wife before she marries this guy?
Before
While
he met
he's at
her.
work.
Well, before he met her and married her.
You know that
how is
sex
it
out of
wrong to
wedlock
fuck her?
because it's sex out of wedlock. And we
Okay,
see the
have you
issues
had sex out of wedlock?
we see this in today's society, that sex out of wedlock has it's very bad
Yeah,
for our
okay,
community.
but dude, like, are you a virgin?
No.
Right. You're not married though.
I've had a lot of sex out of wedlock. That's a bad thing. It's morally bad. Yes, I can agree. But I've
Right,
done it.
okay.
Yeah,
But
I've done
if it's
but that's
an
that's
objective
still
moral
objectively
thing.
bad. It's still objectively bad.
See, and my point is that if you're basing that, are you basing that purely off of the Bible, purely off of religion?
Yes, it's objective. That's where I get my moral standards.
So my
I'm
problem
asking
is
you, where
when
do
I
you
say,
get your hold on? Where do
well,
you
no,
get your moral standards from, Daemon?
I think I get my moral standards from God, but not the Bible.
Okay, well,
I think that we're all created
don't you
by
agree that
God.
the Bible is God's word?
I've got questions about that.
So you don't think the Bible is
It
God's
was,
word? That it might be?
it was no. I do believe it is, but look, Chinese
Okay.
whispers is a thing, right? And
Sounds
people have written, and I think that as much as possible, it's God's word. But I think that at the same time, there's things that I question about it, and
sounds
that's
like you
just
had
me
some liberal
personally.
programming, bro.
I don't think
But
it's liberal
fair
programming
enough.
because if I was going to ask you this, look, I believe that we're all created in God's image. I believe that God created us. And when they talk about us being created in God's image, and when they talk about that spark of divinity that's in all of us, I believe that that is our moral compass. I believe that because we're his creations and we want to be close to God,
Right.
that our moral compass is that thing that leads us to him. That we know that
Is that moral
there is
compass
a good that we
objective or
are
subjective?
pursuing. Huh?
Is that moral good objective from God, or is it subjective to where he gave it to us and it's your interpretation?
Well, I think that because he gave us a moral compass, because we're created in his image, at the same time, he gave us free will. And because of that, we are subject to temptation.
Yes.
And
everybody is.
because of that, we are also flawed beings. Okay. And I think that because of temptations and because of our flaws, there are certain things that make us stray from where the moral compass is pulling us. And because we're all individuals, all of our compasses are calibrated a little bit differently, I guess.
Yeah.
But we know that when we do good things, largely we feel good. And if we do bad things, we largely feel bad. But you can also, because of temptation, have that temporary fake good feeling when you do bad things. Okay, which is why people fall into temptation and do bad things, because in the short term it feels,
it feels
good,
good.
but then
Feels
later
good,
on you
yeah.
feel shitty. And
Sure.
I think that that's, in that sense, you say morality is subjective if we all have that moral compass?
That it makes you feel good? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
Because it
no,
makes you
that
feel
we all,
good in the
because we
moment,
all have
therefore
that
it is
moral
good
compass.
in the moment?
Yeah.
Is that
So
your question?
no, what I'm saying is that in that sense, I think that because we all have free will and are subject to temptation, and some of us are more resilient, some of us have stronger willpower, some of us might be lazy and not give a shit.
Right.
Some of us are raised to believe in God and understand that we
Yeah,
should
but
follow the moral
yeah,
compass. Others
and believe
don't.
Daemon, dude, trust me. In the Bible, it says you are free to reject God.
Yeah.
Everybody's free to reject God. Therefore, because we're free to do that, people are going to end up in those temptations. I completely agree with you on that.
And because
but-
of that, what you just said.
But Daemon, you do realize that everything that we've discovered is created by God, right?
Yeah, I believe that.
Okay, great. So therefore, there has to be an objective point of view, a standard of what we should strive for. And it speaks about this in the Bible. So there's an objective standard. Hold on.
That objective standard would be
Daemon,
held
let me
by
finish.
God.
Let me finish. But there's an objective standard that everybody falls short on. I have, you have, Kat, everybody. Everybody's fallen short on that objective standard. That's okay. I'm not disputing that. However, what I'm disputing is that there's an objective standard to fail on no matter what, right? Now, when you start making up your own objective standards, such as the church allowing gay flags, in their church, etc., and being tolerant on this, now you're doing subjective in the interpretation of the Bible when it's very clear, because you don't want to hurt their feelings, right? And some churches do this in order to get more people in their church, in order to get more revenue to stay open. There's some churches that do that. That doesn't make it right. But my point is that there's an objective standard, and we all fall short, but there's something there that you need to do. Just like the question that you asked me, Jake, are you a virgin? I said no. Oh, then why are you? Okay, well, it's because I've fallen short, and that's okay. I'm not disputing that. What I am saying is that there's something there. There's an objective standard that I think you can't deny. That's my point.
Yeah, no. I do think I agree with you. There is an objective standard, and that objective standard is held by God.
Yeah. But let me ask you this. Going back to the red pill, because you talked about, you kind of compared it to the Quran and the Bible, etc. Is there an objective standard in the RP? And if there is, who is the Jesus of the RP?
Well, that's what we've been all trying to ask for a long time.
So exactly. So therefore, it's subjective. If there's no Jesus, that's
fair enough.
It's subjective. Yeah.
If that's what you want to say, that's fair enough.
Well,
I'm going to ask you. I think that I agree with you in the sense that because so many people have tried to make it their own thing, and whenever you try to get to the core of what is at the RP, you can never get a definite answer. And if you do get a definite answer, it's always retracted by 100 other people afterwards. I would say that at this point, it's grown bigger than whatever the core was. And if ever there was one authoritative voice on it, that voice has either changed its tune or moved into the shadows and kind of let it become its own thing now. And because it's subjective in everything, and it's built on a pseudoscience, which is rooted
subjective
in that subjective in interpretation. Yes. It's a movement without a direction, and it's offering help to misguided people without being able to guide them because of that.
Sure, and you can call it that, but again, my take wasn't that it's the end all be alls. I've always said it's a praxeology. It's subjective to people, and this is what the fucking RP people say consistently.
Wait, Jake,
they're very consistent.
Let me ask you something, because I think that there's a little bit of misunderstanding here. First of all, do you think that without the Bible, you would be a bad person?
I mean, what do you define as bad?
Do you think you'd be much worse than what you are now, morally?
Yes.
So the only reason that you're doing good and that you're a good person is because of the Bible.
It's my guiding stone, and it has even with the rest of the United States. The Bible has always been.
So do you think that anyone who doesn't have a Bible is a bad person?
I'm not saying that they're bad people. I'm not saying that they're bad people. What I am saying is that if they don't have a particular objective of morality, they can define whatever morality is. This is why we see societies that are okay with sacrification. This is why you see Destiny, who doesn't have a moral compass, something that he can actually get standards to, saying that it's okay to have sex with men and women and trannies and fucking send people, him having sex with people, etc. He has no moral standard, and you see this with secularists. Okay, because there's no moral standard, their moral standard is based to them. So therefore, my question would be: if you believe morality is subjective, what makes your Bible's morality superior to them?
This is the reason why I don't like arguments that lean on the Bible too much.
Yeah, I don't do that neither. Trust me, dude. Yeah, I've never had this debate ever online. This is the first time I've ever debated this.
Okay. Well, the reason why I was saying that, I think that we need to examine more. I think you and I you and I spoke a long time ago about how we view the Bible, and I respect the Bible 100%. I do respect it, but I don't think that as Christians, as people who have free will, as people who have a kind of inquisitive mind that I believe God gave us, I think he also gave us that to question things, including the Bible. And I think that we should question the Bible. I don't think that it's something that we're not allowed to question.
No, that's fine. I'm not
And
saying no.
yeah. And I think that when you're saying like, well, oh, the morals that are in it are a lot like these kind of absolute or objective standards that are in the Bible, and you mentioned the issue of covetousness, and I agree. Like, yeah, you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife, and I think you should not take another life, and those kinds of things. But then, like, you know, there's things like the holiness code, right? Where the holiness code of Leviticus, where they say that it's okay to participate in the slave trade.
Yeah, that
And
well,
you can have slaves.
yeah, but hold on, you're talking about Old Testament, right? So,
Well, there's things
but
like this pop up, and people say, "But that's Old Testament
I know
or whatever." But
no, but it actually matters because the New
right. So
Testament.
earlier on, the reason why I brought that up, and I'm glad you pointed that out. Well, oh, it's the Old Testament, right?
Yeah.
When I was telling you before that the ethical standards of a community can change because they're informed by morals of the individual, you said, "Oh, so it's subjective."
Yeah, it would be subjective because it could be
Right.
changed.
So,
Yeah.
so you're saying that the Bible, the way the Bible has standards on morality, that's subjective too, then?
No, well, no, not at all. We
Right.
have
It
an
changed
objective
from Old
standard.
Testament to New Testament, right?
Yeah, but the New Testament is what we live in, right? And then
Yeah, but
the New
the Old
Testament's going to be
Testament
the end
was
because we already have.
informed by who as well?
Yeah, I know. By God, I understand that. However,
Right. So
the New Testament is where it ends. We have Revelation already, right? That the world's going to come to an end. There's not going to be a New Testament after that. In other words, the moralities are already set in stone at this point. I understand that old Leviticus law was there for a reason, particularly for human flourishing, right? So, for example, after Solomon and Gomorrah, it was his daughters that ended up graping the man, I forgot his name, in order to repopulate, right? Would you say under our ethical standards, that would be wrong? However, under the standards of what's going on there, it's reasonable to have that. We see why that happened, right? The New Testament rewrites everything on that. We're not going to have another time of Solomon and Gomorrah until Revelation happens, right?
Yeah.
And that's the end of the world. So we have a moral compass already that we need to have. The Old Testament was an example of that leading into the New. Does that make sense?
yeah. No. I agree. But I'm saying that like this is to try and say that you're going to have society that's going to influence what the standard is for the time. And if that society is a society of people that's created by God, they will have those moral compasses. They will come together. They're going to have an ethical standard which they live by, which is informed, if you follow the kind of trace of ownership, back to God again, right? But the times are going to change what that is. The circumstances that you find yourself in are going to change what that is.
Sure.
This is why there was that whole translation issue with thou shalt not kill or thou shalt not murder, right? There's a difference.
There's a difference between murder and kill. Yeah, I
and
100% agree with that.
So going back to Red Pill, my only issue is this: you've got everything in you to build yourself into being the exact kind of man that you want to be, and to live your life in as much success that you want to live your life in, and to find the woman that you want to find to build a family with. You've got everything in you to inform you to do that because it was given to you by God.
Sure.
You don't need the red pill.
Well,
Now the red pill can help you
argument.
succeed.
Okay, that was my argument. I'm
Right.
not saying you need it. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I'm saying that when people look at the red pill and say, look, these people went to the red pill. They found what they were looking for. They succeeded. They did that and whatever.
Yeah.
Earlier on, I was saying to Kat that just because some people followed the red pill or joined that community and then got what they wanted, just because it worked for them doesn't mean that it worked for them because of the RP. It could have just been that they would have found that anyway. It was already in them, right? They would have, things would have worked out for them regardless. You can't say it's because of the red pill. Now, me saying that, if people dispute that, all as I'm doing is exercising the same praxeology that the red pill says to do. I'm connecting dots or not connecting dots based on how I want to interpret the situation.
Great.
I'm looking at it. I'm seeing a man.
That was my point. Yes. Then you agree
Right.
with me. It's subjective.
No. I agree that, look, dude, I agreed from the start that it was
No, you
subjective
didn't.
because I was saying that,
I asked
no.
you the question earlier,
Hold
Daemon.
up,
You
Jake.
said, I can't answer the question. That's what you said.
I said that I can't answer the question because you are wanting me to tell you what it is. In the end, when I agreed that it was subjective, it was because I was doing it the way you were doing it by looking at the actual YouTubers out there who were talking about it.
Well,
And
that
I
plays
said,
a part, but I separated that from the descriptors and the prescriptors.
yeah, as soon as you separated that from what the core was that I was trying to get to, I said, okay, fine. If that's how we're going to judge it, and you can't get to what the core is, all as we have is the subjective interpretations of the YouTubers that are talking about it. Now, I said to you that although I can agree to that, I'll agree to it under the understanding that it's a bad movement then, because everyone's interpreting shit the way they want to, which is what I actually said before you joined with Kat. That's what I said from the very get-go with Kat before you came on.
Kat,
If you look back, you'll see that.
Oh, Kat said no. She doesn't know. She's just talking shit. Never mind.
Did you say you don't know, Kat, or you said no?
I don't remember it.
She doesn't remember.
I thought we were
Okay,
just
it was
gonna have
there.
fun.
It was there if you go back, Jake. You know me. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't wasn't there. I was saying that people are deliberately obfuscating it. Everyone's running damage control and saying this is what it is, that's what it is, and everyone has their own issue. My bigger point that I said at the beginning before you joined as well, though, was the problem that I have with it is that the idea, the notion of paying somebody or going to somebody and listening to somebody because you want to improve your life, you want to be more of an alpha male or whatever. If you go to another man, first of all, the only man who should tell you how to do that is your father or God, right?
Right.
The only people that should tell you that is,
but that was also
the only man should be your father.
Daemon,
Sorry.
Really quick. You remember when I said about the fatherless household situation? And I
Yeah,
said
yeah.
this has been going on before the red pill. It just became mainstream, became a movement, right? But I think the red pill was pointing out a lot of those things. Andrew Tate is a prime example of a guy that's telling young men that grew up without dads that you should shoot up your money, that you should go to the gym, that women are fucking dumb. And it's true. And these men, they resonate with that because they didn't have a father to tell them, like, yeah, your mom's crazy. Don't believe your mom. You know, they didn't have the father in the household to discipline them, saying, no, I'm going to whoop your ass to make sure you don't do that, to where the mom coddles them when they do bad behavior. They didn't have that. So this is a reason why Andrew Tate went so viral. Same thing with Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson was doing a similar thing with self-improvement. This is why you see a lot of this stuff is because of the single parent households that we have issues here, is that these women are the majority raising these young men, and they're raising them into fucking women. So,
See, what Jordan Peterson does, though.
Hold on. My point is, and I think we can just agree to disagree, and then we can move on with the show. I think Kat wanted a video to say about that. I don't want to get into Jordan Peterson, but my point is, why did these guys get so popular? It was because of the fatherless households. I think that was one of the big components for that, along with other things, but I think that's one of the bigger ones.
Well, children being divided from the family.
Yeah, I'll end it there. You can have your last take, and then Kat, we can move on with the video. I think this was a great debate, by the way. I'm glad.
Well, I don't know that we're debating anything. I think we're just discussing it. I'm not debating anything either way. But
this was a debate, bro. This is a full-on debate.
Jake, I know you want debates on everything. I don't think this is something that really can be debated. I think that the main issue that I have with RP is the fact that you're claiming that you're going to offer help to a bunch of people who are actually desperate. Desperation is what draws people to things like this.
With a lot of things, sure.
Yeah, and when you draw somebody in who's desperate and you act as if you're some kind of savior figure that's going to get them the answers that they want, get them the solutions that they want. And you say, you're going to package, largely, many of these people say the same thing. You're going to package the same kind of solution to them. Make bank, get gains, get the women, do this, do that, right? Just go to the gym, just make this much money, just do that, just do that. It's not going to work for everyone. And we know it's not going to work for
Because
everyone.
it's subjective. Yeah, sure, bro. But
No. The subjectivity doesn't matter.
Well, hold on,
It's
hold on,
simply not going to work for everyone.
Okay, look.
Dude, we're just doing final thoughts, dude.
Look,
Just doing final thoughts.
I'll do final thoughts just really quick. I'll respond
No,
to that.
you
really
did
fast.
it. You did it.
Okay,
Like,
fine, fair enough. I won't respond. Let's just
no.
move on.
I mean, I thought we were wrapping up. I said my main problem with this is that
I heard it. Go.
Well, yeah, I'm just finishing up.
You don't have to regurgitate it. I understand.
I'm not regurgitating anything. I'm just saying that my issue is that when you have anyone who this might work for, I think largely those people would have succeeded anyway in life. The big problem is that as soon as they succeed, they move out of that community, and the only people who remain in that community are the people who are desperate, who it doesn't work for, and they're too scared to criticize it. So they become hateful, and they end up becoming more and more and more upset, self-loathing, whatever. And it becomes a community that then transitions into the black pill. And at the very beginning, when we spoke about this, when you said the red pill isn't to blame for the black pill, because of that, that's why I think it does.
Okay.
Because you're creating people who are upset, who have failed, who end up transitioning to black pill.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Yeah, I won't respond to that because we're just gonna keep going. Yeah, we can go ahead and play the video. Move on here.
Oh my god.
I know. Trust me. Like I yeah.
Okay. Wait, hold on.
And you fucked up. You played it and you didn't have volume, bro. What the fuck?
Hold on.
Hold on. Can we explain the video before we play it at least?
I don't.
Go, Jake. Explain it because she's not going to.
Because you're not going to, Kat. So really quick, we can react to this really fast. I'll give you guys. We'll do it for 10 minutes at least because I've been on here for a while. But and Daemon's been on here for a while. But let's do this. So this is every guy that's a 1 through 10 that hits on a woman and the results of that. Yeah, let's do it.
Can I hey, can a Hufflepuff buy a Slytherin a drink? Hey, could I maybe buy you a drink?
Ew, no, you're disgusting.
Yep. Hey, can I buy you a drink? Hello? Hey, can I buy you a drink?
I don't accept drinks from strangers.
Okay. Hey, can I buy you a drink?
Sure.
Hey, can I buy you a drink?
I'd like that.
Can I buy you a drink?
You can do more than that. Hey, can I buy you a drink?
I mean, I guess.
Hey, Zaddy.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can I?
Obviously, it's a very over-exaggerated point of view here.
Is it?
Yeah, of course, it's very over-exaggerated. But at the same time, there's a lot of truth to this. Daemon, do you wanna?
Dude, being a bartender paid my way through college and uni, and that's 100% fucking true.
There you go.
The amount of girls that I would see that were regulars at the bar, and also that really kind of shaped my understanding of what the fuck is going on in women's heads. When you see the girls chatting with other girls at the bar when they're out of earshot of the guys, you really understand how fucked up women are. And you see some loathsome, fucking terrible women who look fucking beautiful, absolutely beautiful looking, but they've got the ugliest souls that I've ever come across. And they reject guys like in the most disgusting way. When they reject guys, it's absolutely fucking terrible. And the minute you have a guy who's like, let's say, a 7 or 8 or 9, and they will just throw themselves at the guys.
They'll be more open to it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I've seen girls that will shoot guys down in a brutal way, but then when you see them buy a drink, I'm like, holy fuck, she bought the guy a drink.
Yeah,
and
that's
it's
an 8
like,
guy.
oh yeah, it's because he's over 6'2", right? So
Yeah.
she bought him a drink. And this is the funny thing, Jake, you know this with guys. If we're looking for a girl, we're not looking for a girl to be good in one metric.
Sure.
We want her to be like scoring 80% or above in several different categories, right? But I've seen girls like give it up for just one thing. Just one thing. He can be broke. He can be rude.
Yeah.
And he doesn't
Tell
even
him
need
what
to
the
be
one
that good
thing
looking
is.
in his face. But if he's like, if he's packing or if he's over 6'4",
What's
she'll give it
packing
up.
mean? What's packing?
She can't possibly know that.
How would she know what packing is?
Yeah.
You know what it means, Kat.
No, it doesn't. You don't know that.
You don't know
Okay.
that leading into the first time. I get you there. I think there's other qualities, and then if he ain't packing or whatever the case is, then she can judge it afterwards. But if the guy's
Yeah,
attractive, if the guy's like a 7, but his dick is like below average, he's a small dick. Some girls might give it a chance if he's like a 7 or 8. You know.
Yeah. And if he's making over 7 figures,
Yo, did she just talk shit to fucking Steve right now?
No.
Did you just say something that is inappropriate?
She has done this to someone.
Yo, that's bad.
Or
That's horrible.
someone's.
but you can. I've seen guys like, look, oh my God, I know a few guys from the gym who, look, you get out of the showers, you're not looking, but you notice if a guy like, what the
Go
fuck
on,
is that?
say it slower.
No, but like honestly, you see, you notice it when you're in the showers. You get you're drying off or whatever. You come to the lockers and you see some dude and you're like, dude looks like
Damon was a
fucking
chick?
Schwarzenegger in his prime. He's massive. He's cut. He's got like 4%, 5% body fat. He's ripped like shit.
This is a
But
gay
you're like,
porn. Hold on.
no, yeah, you do notice it. I'm sorry, Kat, you do notice it. You notice it. You're like, what the fuck is that? It's like a
Every
penis,
time
but only smaller. It's like, and you see the girls that they're with. You see the girls they're with, and there's a dude I know who's like, he stopped taking Viagra because even Viagra doesn't work for him anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't work for him. He can't get it up. He can't use it at all. And the guys,
steroids.
yeah. He's seriously like, oh my God, Jake, you know the South Park episodes. Whenever you see Cartman nude, when you see who's Cartman's little angel is
yeah, the Cupid, Cupid me,
Cupid yay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got the tiny little. Honestly, imagine a dude who's like, this dude's probably just like a bit. Maybe he comes up to like my ear.
Yo,
The
what
guy's
fuck?
tall.
Now you're gonna get demonetized.
What are you talking about? It's
I'm sorry,
tentacles.
strike. Now you're gonna get a strike.
This is not.
now.
That's a strike right there.
That's not. It's,
Everything was good until you just put that up. Strike.
This is what's it called? It's a worm.
It's called a glory hole, Cat.
Bro, that's a glory hole. What the hell?
Wait.
Yeah, you're getting a strike.
This is not.
And you're so avoiding strikes with me and Daemon having conversation, and then you show us this. Strike.
We did well, Cat.
It's
We did well. Jake and I brought it, and then you just ruined it all.
You ruined
and
it.
she's playing it a second time.
Yep. You ruined it.
But yeah, like this guy has still got 2 girls. He's got one girl he lives with who he's about to marry. She's sticking by him. They're going to get married. And he's got another girl who he fucks at the gym. And I'm like, how do you fuck her? How do you fuck her? You can't even get it up. How do you fuck her? Oh, we find a way.
Yeah, it happens.
He's got a strap on.
All right,
Yeah.
so you guys.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, they're with him
You
because
just showed a video of something inappropriate. All right, shut
you
up.
can have, Cat.
That's a
You
freaking
fucking
inappropriate.
loser.
Yes, that was the most inappropriate thing you've played all night.
I think
Easily.
we could do better.
So upset.
But yeah, girls will stick with guys just because they've got one good thing going. Like one good thing. You could be like roided up and massive, and they're like, "Oh my god, he's so hot," but it doesn't matter that he can't get it up.
Yeah.
It's like, well, what's the point? What's the point? It's like those fake as fuck girls. You get them into the bedroom and you realize that they're 90% makeup.
Yeah.
And you're like, why do I want to fuck this now? I don't. But guys will then just be like, I'm dipping out. I'm not going to be with this girl. But a girl's going to be like, well, I kind of gambled on this. I can't back out now, so I'm all in.
Yeah. I get you. Anyways, man, I'm gonna split out already. Kat, thanks for inviting me.
Cool.
I'm glad you did because
fun.
it was when I got here, it went into fucking back and forth mode with me and Daemon for like 2 hours.
Jake,
So
we got to do the fucking thing. We got to do the nerd episode again, man.
Yeah, for sure. We got to do that. But yeah, I hope the chat enjoyed it. I hope the chat got.
Can you
their
tell us
fill.
when exactly your Destiny thing is?
Oh,
Tell
yeah.
Kat what it is.
Yeah, so to announce to the chat, I will be going over to Detroit, Michigan to do a live interaction with Destiny. From what they said, that they're going to guarantee me around 5 to 10 minutes, 15 or so. That's kind of going to be the take. I don't know if it's going to be like a Jubilee thing, etc., but they did guarantee me some time face-to-face with Destiny. They're paying for my flight. I'm going to be going out there to Detroit, Michigan for that. It's going to be April 26th. And yeah, so I'll be doing more updates as time goes on my channel. But yeah, I'm prepping for that. It's going to be on the lines of Donald Trump. It's going to be Trump oriented type of debate.
Can you like prep really good and don't say Coomer Gremlin? Because I feel
I'm
like
not going to say, no, that's an Andrew Wilson thing. I'm not going to, I'm just going to say, get the butt plug out of your ass.
Well,
Gremlin.
Jake has got a gift. Jake's bringing a gift to Destiny. Jake, are you doing that?
Bro, I don't know if I'm going to do
Please.
Hit on him.
Please do that.
I'm not going to hit on him. No. Dude,
Please
I hope
do
I
that.
just don't get AIDS by being next to the guy. All right.
Oh my gosh.
I said to Jake that he should either dye his hair blue and pink and get a septum piercing, like a fake one, or if not that, get a shit ton of fake MS-13 face tattoos.
Again and use the Trump voice.
No,
I can't debate in the Trump voice the whole time.
the MS-13 shit would be good though. If you do MS-13 tattoos,
practice that. I have more to practice meeting up with Destiny's like the best fucking liberal debater online. Okay, I'm already gonna struggle as it is. No,
I don't think he's the best. I think that.
Well,
I don't think he's the best.
he's
He just
considered.
talks really fast.
Yeah, but
he
he's
talks
considered.
fast and interrupts all the time.
Yeah, he is considered as far as strategic wise, he is pretty like, in other words, I'm not saying that he's easy to get by. That's my point. But I do have some strategies of the direction I want to go, if given the direction. But we'll see. So the direction that I want to go would necessarily, I think I can win, and I can win thoroughly enough to have some clicks. But we'll see if it goes that direction or not.
Cool.
Sideways job. Yeah, dude, no shit.
Yeah, it's
Destiny.
weird. He looks like a cow chewing fucking grass. Man. It's weird.
Yeah, dude. That jaw is unhinged.
Well, probably he sucked off somebody that he couldn't handle.
Anyways, I'm gonna go now. But yeah, guys, just if you haven't subscribed to Project VeilPod, please do that. So I'll be getting updates as the event gets closer. So we'll see how it unfolds. Kat, yeah, thanks for having me. Daemon, fucking pleasure going back and forth with you.
Always good to chat with you, Jake.
And by the way, this was actually really good practice. I'm glad we went back and forth because I do have to go into this to where I'm glad we found some disagreements within the topic that we can kind of do that. So yeah, it's a matter of like exercising. So it was
Dude,
really
we'll
good.
talk. We'll talk, man. It'll be
Yes, and we'll talk,
Yeah.
and we'll get some debate prep with me and you. Okay.
cool.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
Take care, buddy.
All right, good news. The entire Tentacles movie is on YouTube, so I'm pretty sure it's good to go.
Okay.
See, Tentacles.
So is
are
that
live.
what does it for you then? Tentacle porn.
I didn't say corn. It's just tentacles. What's up, homie?
Steve,
Anyways,
you like
before we
tentacles?
go,
No,
he
not
has a
not really
tentacle.
into tentacles. I like only the one that I have.
Mhm. Tell them
Oh.
about like when you met my ex-boyfriend. Were you intimidated?
Which one?
This one right here. Remember that one?
Oh, him? Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't move much.
Mhm.
He just
Mhm.
stood there.
Mhm,
Didn't
mhm.
say anything at
Mhm.
all.
Did you catch his name?
No, I felt him up.
Oh,
I needed to
interesting.
be sure he was packing properly, but he was a grower, not a shower, so I couldn't tell.
Nice. Do you remember this when you took this picture?
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was a
Nice.
bit blurry because, you know,
Yes.
the photographer seemed to have roofied me and had his way with me.
I hate when that happens. You do.
Was he good looking though, Steve?
No, he wasn't. He was, you know, No Neck from 90 Day Fiance. Bring up a picture of
No, we're not showing anything
Oh,
right
I know the guy who looks like a kidney bean.
Yeah, that's what he looked like.
Dude, there's a pitch they could see that's not. What are you talking? He's got a neck.
No, I'm saying the photographer.
Oh, did
that
you
roofied
hear?
me.
Oh, okay.
That was a little blurry.
Did you hear that women, that younger women like Gen Z and younger, they're complaining that guys don't have Adam's apples anymore. They're being born without Adam's
They
apples.
have Eve's apples. It's different.
But like, is that like a hormone problem?
Well, Adam's apples happen to be related to hormones, yeah. Or could be a genetic issue because not all men have.
They don't?
No.
Is that a real thing?
It's not across the board that yes, men are going to have a larger.
Do all
quote-unquote Adam's
men
apple than
have Adam's apples? Here we go. Hold on. Everyone has one,
Well, yeah, it's the size.
but men's are in front of the larynx or voice box, and it tends to grow bigger than a woman's, so it sticks out more. Oh,
Yes.
I didn't know everyone had one. Huh.
If you didn't have one, you wouldn't have a voice box or protection against it, whatever cartilage in front of it.
Interesting.
We use it to. I use it to measure where I want to stick something.
Okay, that's probably not legal.
What do you mean?
Where is it? This bump or that bump?
Right.
No, I'm talking on this diagram.
Second one. Second one for the
She
bottom.
doesn't want people to know that she has one, Steve.
I have a thyroid.
No, your thyroid's on there.
But how come it says thyroid cartilage and it points to up there?
Oh, go back fully and so Adam's apple is right there.
You count the rings.
You little shit.
Well, you do.
Do I have rings or is it like
Yeah,
bumps?
they're rings.
They're bumps.
I mean,
right?
Ridges.
Ring around the
in
neck.
Skin,
Interesting.
you could say.
I think my neck is too
And you
fat.
can feel it. Just grab
Yeah.
it.
You lift her head up and you count the chins down.
You can feel like it's a pointy, cartilageous, firm.
Okay, I feel something here, and that is called the hyaloid bone, and then hyaloid.
Hyoid.
Whatever. This one, thyroid cartilage. And there's supposed to be another one, and it's called the corcoid cartilage.
Cricoid. Cricoid.
Cricoid.
Depending on how you want to.
You don't know how to say that one.
Cricoid.
Yes.
You want to say in Chinese?
Thanks.
Cricoid.
Okay, so is it supposed to be like a V?
Yes.
Oh, that's normal.
Some have some. It's larger than others.
Okay, but why do you think the new generations have teeny tiny ones?
I don't know.
Do you think that they also have small members now too?
No, that doesn't. There's no correlation between those two.
Has there been any research?
There's never been. Yeah, they've researched into member size and correlation with other body parts, and they have.
Okay,
not
hold on.
found Any
Adam's
correlation.
apple.
Some say, oh,
And you're like-
noses, feet, hands. Still others say, no, that's incorrect. So.
correlation to
No, that's it.
it knows no scientific correlation. You know what? I feel like the research hasn't been done.
You're talking
Well, there's
about
a lot of people who are eating shit that's pumped so full of fucking growth hormone.
This is an article we should read. Hold on.
from medium.com.
Okay, here we go. Big feet. Tale as old as time. Song as old as rhyme. Big feet equals beast. Beautiful, right? Okay.
I thought you were going to say beauty with big feet.
Little hobbit.
Often
That's the modern Disney version where beauty is actually a tranny.
Oh, do you know what? Can you talk about this, Peakies?
Nicotinamide mononucleotide.
Yes, that's it.
It's different. That's a different. I have not heard of the mononucleotide.
What about the nicotinamide?
Mononucleotide? Yes.
Did you just tell us what you think about it?
NMN?
Yeah.
Yeah, it helps with production of NAD. And
NAD is good for?
Helps with mitochondrial function and supposed to be anti-aging and give you more energy. But if you do take it, you make sure that your B12 and possibly B9, B6, whatever, your methyl donors are in good shape. If you feel tired after taking NAD, then you've used up your B vitamins and just take more B vitamins. Liposomal under the tongue is equivalent, from what I've heard and understand in studies, to IV NAD, but people that do IV NAD would say, oh, only IV NAD, you can't get around it. I would not inject it, by the way, because it's, if you take too much of it, it's horrifying. Like you feel really sick. And you've already injected it, so good luck.
Damn.
Anything else? But yeah, NAD, take it. Good for you.
Yes, very good. Okay, hold on. Tall man, tall meat pole. Research says no. Damn.
Oh, I might also mention that NMN is a precursor to NAD. So if you want NAD and you don't want to have to take the NAD itself, just take the NMN. If you see it in a product, it's one step away from it. So
and it's cheaper?
It is cheaper and more stable.
We like cheaper. All right. So Damon, are you like dead? Tired?
I'm all right. Why? What are you up to?
Is there anything you want to talk about?
I thought you were going to talk about shit.
Well, I already closed up all my notes.
What's going on with your sister? Are you setting her up with anyone?
No.
Has she been asking for people's numbers? People in the chat wanted to know.
But I will say that she's in Guatemala, living her best life.
Guatemala.
But she got food poisoning.
Why is it that when girls talk about other girls and being like, she's living her best life, it makes it sound like you're basically saying she's whoring around Guatemala?
No, she's actually stuck in her room with food poisoning.
I'm
that
just trying
sounds
to make
like
it
she's
sound
living
more
her best
glamorous.
life.
Is it coming out? Which direction is it
It's
going?
coming out.
It's
all
coming
the
out of
ends.
both ends. Both ends,
Both
Steve.
ends. It's shooting out.
That makes it fun.
She's painting the room brown.
Jeez. Should have given her something for that.
Yeah, I told her to take Traveler's Comfort next time.
Did she have it?
No, she doesn't have it. She doesn't know what it is. I was telling her about it, how it stops my migraines. If I eat something weird, anything, I take it immediately. But bam, we're good to go. So now she's like, okay, I think he needs to give it to me. So that's you. So give her Traveler's Comfort. And she's going to try to, she can't get it overseas.
Well, I mean, in the meantime, can she get to a pharmacy?
No, they don't have that where she is.
She can't even move away from the toilet, Steve. She can't go 4 feet away from the toilet.
Wear a mini skirt. Just squat down every 5 minutes.
I don't think it's that kind of country. Like, it's not that third world, you guys.
She's given up, Steve. She's
let it run down
at
your
this
leg,
point,
you know.
she's just sitting in the shower, and
Right.
she's that's all she's doing now.
Yeah, but if she's got like Montezuma's Revenge, like amoebic
Even toilet paper hurts right now.
And if it starts coming out red, you know, you got problems. Yeah, it's.
I don't think there's
dehydration is huge. She
knows about that. She talked to ChatGPT
about what?
About what to do.
Did it tell her anything else? Like,
how did she get it, Kat? Did she just go there and drink their water?
Probably, but she's done that all over the world and has been fine. So she thought she'd be fine there too.
She probably had a street taco. Some girl she met.
Okay. Anyways, but you know what? I think she's gonna make it.
You mean like when you said street taco? Did you mean going down on a streetwalker?
Yeah, that's what.
I was wondering. It's 4 o'clock in the morning here. I had to be clear.
Or it could have been a street burrito. We don't know.
You know what?
I don't think she's into tacos. No, I think it's burritos.
I prefer the idea of a street taco. That sounds better.
Man, that's a great word for like 304s, like a covert word. Street taco.
Yeah. Was the meat just hanging out of it, Steve?
Yeah, it was.
It wasn't even
full
packed
of sour
properly.
cream.
Yeah, I was about to say full of sour cream. I thought that was going too far, though.
It's like, and the cheese was a little runny.
Oh God, there was ketchup. There was so much ketchup.
It's that time of the month when they have ketchup.
Oh God.
At least it wasn't cottage cheese time of the month.
Was there a smaller taco inside it?
Yeah. Well,
it's not a smaller taco. It's just a clump of cells.
Oh my gosh.
She couldn't tell at the time there was a smaller taco.
But she still had to make money for the small taco.
Now it's nighttime.
So she wasn't asking for guys' numbers.
I don't
You should
think
get
so.
Cheeks to call her up. Give Cheeks her number. I can imagine Cheeks just ringing her like, "Hey, girl, I heard
I
you're
think they
shitting
have
and
each
vomiting at
other's
the same
numbers.
time."
I'm pretty sure they have each other's numbers.
You probably pissed her off.
No, she thinks he's cool. She likes
He
him.
should call her. He should call her and just be like, "What are you up to?" And he can hear in the background exactly what she's up to.
Constantly flushing of the toilet.
You know what? It is what it is. It's vacation.
It's
for her.
fun. Imagine your sister watching a channel and just being like, "She's telling the world that I'm shitting and vomiting at the same time."
Because I had a street taco.
Oh my god, everybody has had food poisoning.
I just experimented one time with a street taco. Just one time.
You shouldn't realize it used to be a street burrito, but turned into a street taco.
Oh God.
All right. So, anyways, let's look again before we go at a manifest Steven. This is what we need to manifest, Piggy. So, when do you think you're going to be able to get your 6-pack to come in?
When I drink it.
Jesus, this is so not cool. All right. I mean, we tried.
So, Daemon, when are you going to do the From the Waist Down show?
Oh God.
That's what
I
you
need
said.
to find time. I need to find time to do it. This is true. This is true.
Very sage.
Beautiful.
I don't cook what I used to cook anymore, though. That's the problem. Like going keto, a lot of the stuff that I used to like cooking, I don't cook anymore.
So
nobody wants to watch a cooking channel where you don't have carbs.
That's not true. There's a steak and butter girl. She literally only cooks steak and butter.
She's a girl. If I had tits that I could put on
Do you
camera,
have abs?
You do have tits, I'm sure.
Can you get abs?
I've got abs, but if it's
Okay.
from the waist down, I'm not going to be filming my abs.
Okay,
Why
then
not?
from the abs down.
Just
From
put.
the abs down.
Just say. Just be
Oh,
like
wait.
abs.
From the tits down.
From the tits down. Not the kind of tits that Butter Girl would have, though.
Yeah.
Okay, Peakies, they said I have to help you work out and you'll get a 6-pack. Do you want me to help you work out?
No.
Why?
Would you help him work out a couple of times a day, Kat?
I would. He's not into that type of working out.
That's not going to be too much for you.
I'm fine.
She has nothing better to
Steve?
do than nothing at all.
Go for it, Steve. Those abs will come through. Just pound the shit out of her a few times a day.
You get some calluses.
That's fine.
Yeah. Cock calluses.
You'll just...
Oh boy. Anyways, so I
Just
think
go
we've
to the
run out of-
doctor. Be like, "What's up, Steve?" And you be like, "I've just fucked my dick raw." It's like, I don't think I can help you with that. I know. I just wanted to tell someone.
Yeah.
And I'd get in trouble if I showed other people this.
Walking is painful.
What was that noise?
Printer turning on.
Oh, that happens a lot. Anyways, I think we're good for the night. It was fun. I think we'll think of something more controversial for next week. It needs to be like, yeah, something crazy.
Jews.
No.
Oh.
Shoes. Yes, we'll be talking
Shoes,
about the
yes.
different types of shoes people
Red
can wear.
shoes.
Red shoes, blue shoes, all the weird shoes. Anyways, have a great night, everybody. And we will see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.